the dance of the bulls and the despair. The ruined courtyard of the eastern sector was silent for a fraction of a second after Asta's explosive entrance. Veto the despair glared at the ash-blonde boy who had just interrupted his absolute victory. The beastman's shoulder throbbed where the anti-magic sword had erased his protective aura. Asta stood his ground in front of the unconscious bodies of Magna and Luck. His arms screamed from the sheer weight of the rusted Demon Slayer sword, but he did not lower it. His green eyes were locked onto the massive beastman with an unyielding intensity. "So, you are the brat with the anti-magic," Veto rumbled, his demonic third eye glowing with a sinister crimson light. "I was wondering when you would show up. You think you can save your friends? You think a magicless peasant can stand against the despair of the third eye?" Asta tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. "I don't care about your despair. You hurt my friends. You tried to destroy this temple. I am going to beat you up and make you apologize." Veto threw his head back and laughed, a terrifying sound that shook the coral walls. "Apologize? You arrogant insect! I will tear you limb from limb. Mythical beast magic, bear claw." Veto vanished. He moved with a speed that entirely defied his massive size, appearing instantly in Asta's blind spot. His hand, glowing with dense, condensed beast magic, swiped down like a guillotine. Asta could not see him, but thanks to Yami's training in the snow cave, he felt the massive surge of ki. Asta violently twisted his body, swinging the flat of his heavy sword up to intercept the blow. The impact was deafening. Asta's boots dug deep into the pearl pavement, shattering the ground beneath him as he was pushed back by the sheer kinetic force. The anti-magic erased the magical construct of the claw, but the physical strength behind Veto's punch was overwhelming. Asta coughed, feeling his bones rattle. "You reacted." Veto grinned savagely. "But how long can your weak human body keep up?" Veto unleashed a relentless, high-speed barrage of punches and kicks. Asta was forced entirely on the defensive, desperately swinging his heavy sword to block the lethal strikes. Every block sent shockwaves through Asta's arms, pushing him closer to his absolute physical limit. Up in the spatial cage, Gifso gripped the bars of the barrier, his face pale. "The boy cannot keep this up. The beast is too fast. He is playing with him." Yami stood silently, his eyes tracking every movement. He knew Asta was outmatched in pure speed and power. But Yami also knew that Asta rarely fought alone. Down in the courtyard, Veto found an opening. He kicked the flat of Asta's sword, knocking the boy's guard wide open, and pulled his fist back for a fatal strike to Asta's chest. "Despair!" Veto roared. But Asta's body suddenly jerked violently to the side, pulled by an invisible force. Veto's fist punched empty air. Asta flew backward, hovering a few inches off the ground, supported by a thin, glowing red thread. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, holding a bottle of wine in one hand and her grimoire in the other, was Vanessa Enoteca. "Keep your filthy paws off our junior member, you overgrown furball," Vanessa slurred slightly, though her eyes were sharp and focused. "Thread magic, red thread of fate." Right next to her, Finral Rulake stepped out from behind a pillar, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Man, I really hate scary guys. But I can't let Asta take all the glory." Spatial magic, Fallen Angel's Gate. Multiple spatial portals opened simultaneously around the courtyard. "Finral! Vanessa!" Asta cheered, finding his footing as Vanessa released the thread. "You guys came. We're the Black Bulls, Asta," Finral said, his voice shaking but resolute. "We don't leave our own behind. Let's do this." Veto glared at the newcomers, his third eye pulsing with dark energy. "More trash to be crushed? Fine. I will slaughter all of you." Veto charged again, aiming straight for Vanessa. But before he could take 3 steps, Asta launched himself forward, completely disappearing into one of Finral's spatial portals. Instantly, Asta dropped out of a portal directly above Veto's head, swinging his heavy sword downward. Veto snarled, raising his arm to block, but Vanessa's red threads wrapped around his wrist, pulling his arm down just enough to leave his shoulder exposed. Asta's anti-magic blade slammed into Veto, cutting deep into his beast aura and drawing actual blood. Veto roared in pain, swinging his other arm to swat Asta away. Finral opened a portal right behind Asta, pulling the boy to safety before Veto's fist could connect. Asta popped out of another portal on the other side of the courtyard, perfectly repositioned for another strike. Up in the cage, Oliver smiled, resting his chin in his hand. Now that is a combo. Finral controls the battlefield, Vanessa controls the positioning, and Asta brings the hammer. Gifso was entirely speechless. He watched as the 3 Black Bulls executed a flawless, chaotic dance of combat. Finral's spatial portals allowed Asta to attack from completely unpredictable angles, moving faster than Veto could track. Whenever Veto managed to anticipate an attack, Vanessa's threads yanked Asta out of harm's way or subtly tripped the beastman. For the first time since the invasion began, Veto the Despair was being pushed back. I will not be made a fool of by weaklings. Veto screamed, his aura exploding outward. He ignored Asta and charged directly at Finral, knowing the spatial mage was the core of their mobility. Finral panicked, frozen in fear as the massive beastman bore down on him. But Asta shot out of a portal right in front of Finral, planting his feet firmly. Asta took the full force of Veto's charge against his sword, spitting up blood from the impact but refusing to budge a single inch. I won't let you touch them. Asta roared, pushing back with everything he had. Veto stared into Asta's eyes. He expected to see fear. He expected to see the agonizing realization of defeat. But Asta's eyes held absolutely no despair. They burned with a radiant, impossible hope. It was a look that disgusted Veto to the core of his dark soul. Why do you fight? Veto demanded, his voice breaking with ancient hatred. Why do you hope when the world is nothing but pain and betrayal? I will crush your eyes. I will break your arms. Veto's third eye flared to a blinding crimson. He poured all of his forbidden, cursed mana into his arms, intending to shatter Asta's sword and his bones in one strike. My magic is not giving up. Asta screamed back, his muscles tearing under the strain. With a final, desperate push, Asta deflected Veto's arms upward. The opening was perfect. Vanessa's threads launched Asta forward like a slingshot, and Finral's portal accelerated his momentum to the absolute limit. Asta spun his body, swinging the rusted Demon Slayer sword with every ounce of physical strength he possessed. Bull thrust! Asta roared. The heavy, anti-magic blade buried itself deep into Veto's chest, completely piercing his demonic aura and shattering his magical defenses. The impact sent a massive shockwave through the temple, blowing the water away from the courtyard and shattering the remaining coral walls. Veto coughed up a massive amount of dark, cursed blood, his eyes wide with shock as he looked down at the sword embedded in his chest. The boy with no magic had just pierced the absolute defense of the third eye. Asta pulled his sword back, panting heavily, his arms hanging limp at his sides. He had completely exhausted his body. Veto staggered backward, clutching his chest. The anti-magic was actively eating away at his cursed mana. His regeneration was failing. He had been defeated in close combat. Up in the spatial cage, Yami smirked. They did it. They actually surpassed their limits. But Oliver's absolute information comprehension flared violently. The mana in the room wasn't dissipating. It was compressing. Veto fell to his knees, but he began to laugh. It was a broken, psychotic sound. You think you have won? Veto whispered, his body suddenly expanding, glowing with a terrifying, blinding black light. You have only forced me to unleash the ultimate despair. If I am to fall, I will take this entire temple, your friends, and your hopes with me. Veto was converting his life force and his demonic mana into a massive, self-destructing bomb. The energy gathering around him was enough to instantly vaporize the entire seabed temple and the ocean above it. Asta, Vanessa, and Finral stood completely paralyzed. They had no magic left. They could not run. They could not block. It's over, Gifso wept, falling to his knees. He is going to destroy everything. Yami sighed, placing a hand on the hilt of his katana. He looked at Oliver. Hey, kid. Time to earn your keep. Pop this cage. Oliver finally stood up. He dusted off his pants and smiled. You got it, Captain. Oliver casually reached out and tapped the spatial barrier. The infinite loop instantly shattered into a million pieces. The cage vanished. Oliver stepped out, looking down at the glowing, self-destructing beastman from the balcony above. It was time to show the eye of the midnight sun what true hopelessness looked like. Chapter 27, The Void's Mercy. Veto was no longer a person. He was a singularity of unstable, forbidden energy, his body bloated and pulsing with a light that threatened to unmake the very foundations of the seabed temple. The sheer pressure of his self-destruct sequence was causing the coral architecture to liquefy, and the air in the courtyard began to ionize, crackling with static. Asta, Vanessa, and Finral stood directly in the blast radius, their faces pale, their mana reserves completely dry. They were staring into the face of a cataclysm. Oliver stood on the high balcony, his hands still casually tucked into his pockets. He didn't rush. He didn't panic. To the casual observer, he looked like a spectator watching a mundane fireworks display. Captain, Oliver said, his voice carrying perfectly across the echoing ruins. If I let this go off, this whole city becomes a crater, right? Yami stepped out of the broken spatial barrier, his dark magic coating his katana in a thick, protective shroud. Yeah, it's pretty much a suicide nuke. Oliver sighed, stepping off the balcony. He didn't use a spell to descend, he simply let his weight shift into the void, drifting down to the courtyard floor like a falling leaf. He landed between his squad mates and the exploding beastman, his back to Veto. Go get some air, Oliver said to his friends. It's about to get a bit quiet. Vanessa, too exhausted to argue, grabbed Asta and Finral, using her last bit of thread magic to yank them back toward the safety of the corridor. Veto, seeing the boy stand before him, let out a bubbling, monstrous roar. Die! The beastman's skin ruptured, and a beam of pure, condensed despair mana surged forward, intending to consume Oliver and everything within a mile. It was a spell designed to erase existence. Oliver didn't turn around. He didn't draw his grimoire. He simply snapped his fingers once. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept erasure, target, volatile energy. The beam of despair didn't hit Oliver. It didn't push him. The moment it left Veto's body, the energy simply stopped being energy. It converted into nothingness. The light turned into a vacuum, the heat turned into cold absence. Veto's entire body, the pulsating, glowing, self-destructing mess of forbidden magic, was instantly stripped of its power. The beastman's glow faded. His muscles withered. The forbidden third eye on his forehead shattered like a dropped mirror. Veto collapsed to his knees, his body frail, normal, and utterly spent, his cursed aura completely purged. He fell face first into the pearl dust, a broken, defeated man, gasping for breath as the silence returned to the temple. The entire courtyard remained perfectly intact. There was no crater. There was no shockwave. The threat had been deleted from the equation. Asta stood in the distance, his jaw hanging open. I thought he was going to blow up the world. Yami walked up behind Oliver, looking down at the unconscious Veto. He sighed, shaking his head. You really don't like playing fair, do you, kid? Fairness is a social construct, Oliver replied, checking his fingernails. I just wanted to get back to the stake. Before Yami could respond, the sky above the seabed temple turned a sickly, swirling purple. The ocean above them, which had been agitated by the battle, suddenly went dead silent. High above the temple, a massive, rift-like portal tore open, and a figure descended. It was a tall, elegant elf with long white hair, his presence so refined and powerful that the very water of the sea seemed to bow to him. Licht had returned. And this time, he wasn't alone. Patry, the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun who had been possessing the body of William Vengeance, hovered beside Licht. The entire cavern was suddenly swarmed by dozens of rogue mages, all radiating high-tier mana. Licht looked down at the defeated Veto, his eyes narrowing. You have failed, Veto. He didn't sound angry. He sounded profoundly disappointed. He raised a hand, and a gentle light enveloped Veto, pulling the beastman into a spatial pocket. You have done well to hold your own, Clover Knight, Licht said, looking directly at Yami. But your luck ends here. We have the magic stone. The resurrection of our people is nearly complete. Licht snapped his fingers. A massive array of light magic illuminated the entire temple. Oliver felt the shift in reality. Licht wasn't trying to fight anymore. He was opening a massive, kingdom-wide spatial gate to transport the entire Eye of the Midnight Sun back to their base. They are getting away. Asta roared, charging forward, but the light magic barrier was already solidifying, acting as a one-way shield. Yami swung his katana, his dark magic clashing against the barrier, but the light magic was too dense. We can't stop them, Charlotte Rosalie, who had arrived with the other captains, shouted, her briar magic failing to pierce the wall. It's an ancient teleportation rite. Licht looked at Oliver, his expression shifting from cold hatred to a strange, lingering curiosity. I will learn what you are, anomaly. Next time we meet, I will not be so restrained. The light flared, blinding everyone in the room. When the glow faded, the Eye of the Midnight Sun was gone. The seabed temple was empty, save for the black bulls, the temple priests, and the 3 stunned magic knight captains. Gifso, the high priest, stumbled forward, grabbing his magic stone, which had been abandoned on the floor in the chaos. He hugged it to his chest, crying. We kept it. We kept the stone. Yami sheathed his sword, looking at the empty air where the enemy had stood. They got away, but we held the temple. It's a win, I guess. He turned to his squad. Asta, Noelle, Magna, Luck, Finral, Vanessa. You all fought like demons today. Go get some rest. I don't care if you sleep on the floor. The black bulls cheered, collapsing into a pile of exhausted limbs. Oliver walked over to the edge of the plaza, watching the bubbles rise toward the surface. His absolute information comprehension was working overtime, tracking the teleportation coordinates of the elves. They were gone to the Shadow Palace. The endgame was starting. Hey, Oliver, Asta called out, propped up against a coral pillar. We're going to get even stronger, right? We're going to get them next time? Oliver looked at his younger brother. Asta was battered, bruised, and completely spent, yet his eyes were brighter than the bioluminescent crystals of the temple. Yeah, Asta, Oliver smiled, turning away from the sea. Next time, we'll finish it. But for now, I think you've earned a nap. As the black bulls began their long, slow journey back to the surface, Oliver felt the midnight chime ring in his mind. System notification. Day 5666 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, concept magic, absolute timeline anchoring. Oliver's eyes glowed with a faint, golden hue for a split second. Absolute timeline anchoring. The ability to ensure that specific events in the future were locked into reality, regardless of interference. He had just secured the future of his brothers. Oliver tucked his hands into his pockets and began to walk. The stake was waiting. Chapter 28, The Star Awards and the Broken Swordsman. The journey back from the seabed temple to the surface was a blur of absolute exhaustion. Noel somehow managed to maintain the sea dragon's cradle despite being half asleep, while the rest of the black bulls snored loudly on the floor of the water sphere. Oliver, floating near the top, simply watched the ocean currents pass by, his mind already calculating the next phase of the timeline. When they finally breached the surface and landed on the sunny beaches of Raki, Finral immediately opened a portal back to the headquarters. The squad collapsed into their respective beds, sleeping for a solid 2 days straight. But the peace did not last. A week later, the royal capital hosted the annual Star Awards Festival. It was a massive, kingdom-wide celebration where the Wizard King publicly announced the number of stars each Magic Knight squad had earned over the year. The central plaza of the capital was packed with thousands of cheering citizens. Food stalls lined the streets, and magical fireworks illuminated the night sky. The Black Bulls, wearing their signature robes, stood awkwardly near the back of the VIP section. They were used to being booed, mocked, and entirely ignored during these events. High above the crowd, Julius Novacrono stood on the royal balcony. He raised his hands, silencing the cheering masses. "Citizens of the Clover Kingdom," Julius announced, his voice booming across the city. "This year has been fraught with danger. The eye of the midnight sun has threatened our peace. But our magic knights have fought bravely. Now, I shall announce the squad rankings." The crowd cheered as Julius went through the ranks. The Silver Eagles, the Crimson Lions, the Blue Rose. All the usual noble squads took high spots. But then, Julius smiled, pulling out a golden star emblem. In second place, jumping from -30 stars to a staggering 101 stars. The Black Bulls. The entire plaza went dead silent. The nobles dropped their wine glasses. The citizens blinked in absolute disbelief. The worst, most destructive squad in the kingdom was in second place? Yami, who was smoking a cigarette, smirked. "Look at that! We actually did something right for once." Asta, Magna, and Luck exploded into cheers, hugging each other and crying manly tears. Noelle flipped her twin tails, trying to hide a massive, proud smile. Oliver just ate a candied apple he had bought from a stall, completely unfazed. Julius called Yami and Asta to the stage. He praised Asta publicly, showing the kingdom that a magicless peasant could be a hero. It was a beautiful, triumphant moment. But the triumph came with a heavy, unseen cost. The next morning, the Black Bulls' headquarters was unusually quiet. Asta was not screaming in the courtyard. He was not doing one-handed push-ups. Oliver walked into the main hall to find Finral, Vanessa, and Noelle standing outside the infirmary room, their faces pale and edged with worry. Owen, the Clover Kingdom's top medical mage, stepped out of the room, wiping his hands with a towel. "How is he, Doc?" Yami asked, leaning against the wall. Owen sighed, a grave expression on his face. He pushed his body far beyond human limits at the seabed temple. The sheer physical strain of swinging those heavy anti-magic swords, combined with the residual cursed mana from the beastman's aura, has completely shattered the bones and magical channels in his arms. Owen looked down. "I am sorry, Captain Yami. But even with my advanced recovery magic, his arms cannot be fixed. Asta will never swing a sword again. Noelle gasped, covering her mouth as tears welled in her eyes. Finral looked away, clenching his fists. Vanessa stared at the floor, a dark, heavy guilt settling into her chest. Inside the room, Asta was lying on the bed, his arms heavily bandaged. He had heard everything. But he didn't cry. He just stared at the ceiling, his jaw set in a hard, unbreakable line. Oliver leaned against the doorway, looking at his little brother. His system chimed quietly in his mind. System interaction initiated. Active skill available, absolute cellular restoration. Target, Asta. Mana. Required, 0.0001%. Oliver could fix Asta's arms in less than a second. He could knit the bones back together, purge the residual curse, and make Asta stronger than ever. It would be effortless. But Oliver remembered the skill he had received a few days ago. Absolute timeline anchoring. He looked at the timeline branches. If he healed Asta right now, Asta would simply go back to swinging his sword. He would never seek out the Queen of Witches. He would never learn how to actively tap into the anti-magic devil inside his grimoire. He would never unlock his Black Asta form. By saving him from this pain, Oliver would be damning him to weakness against the true enemies waiting in the future. Oliver closed the system interface. He shoved his hands into his pockets and walked away from the infirmary. Later that night, the base was silent. Oliver sat on the roof, looking up at the stars. He heard the quiet rustle of fabric. Vanessa was sneaking out the back door, carrying a small travel bag. She looked determined, a fierce resolve burning in her eyes. She was heading to the witch's forest to beg her estranged, tyrannical mother for a cure for Asta's arms. Oliver watched her open a spatial portal she had convinced Finral to make. As she stepped through, Oliver smiled softly. The witch's forest, Oliver muttered to himself. The Queen of Witches is a terrifying, ancient monster who hates humans. She has blood magic that can control people like puppets. Oliver stood up, stretching his arms. He didn't need to pack a bag. He didn't even need a portal. I guess I should tag along, Oliver said, stepping off the roof and activating his spatial fold. Someone has to make sure the Queen behaves. Chapter 29, The Witch's Forest and the Blood Queen. The Witch's Forest was a secluded, terrifying realm. Completely isolated from the rest of the Clover Kingdom. The trees were an unnatural shade of crimson and pink, and the air was so thick with ancient, curses-infused mana that normal humans would lose their minds simply by breathing it in. Vanessa Enoteka walked through the misty woods, her red thread magic guiding her past the lethal traps and giant security golems. Her heart pounded in her chest. She had spent her entire life running away from this place, running from the tyrant who ruled it. But the image of Asta, staring blankly at the ceiling with his shattered arms, pushed her forward. She would sell her soul back to her mother if it meant fixing the boy who had given her hope. High above her, floating effortlessly in the toxic mist, was Oliver. He had his hands in his pockets, completely unaffected by the ancient curses of the forest. His absolute environmental adaptation nullified the poisonous air, and his compressed mana signature made him invisible to the forest's magical sensors. He followed Vanessa silently, ensuring she reached the throne room safely. At the center of the forest stood a massive, twisted tree that served as the castle. Inside the grand throne room, seated upon a chair of woven blood and brambles, was the Queen of Witches. She was a beautiful, terrifying woman who had lived for hundreds of years, her power absolute and her cruelty legendary. Vanessa stepped into the throne room, her knees trembling. She looked up at the woman who had kept her locked in a cage for most of her childhood. "Mother," Vanessa said, her voice shaking but defiant. "I have returned." The Queen of Witches opened her eyes, a heavy, suffocating aura of blood magic flooding the room. You ran away from me, my foolish daughter, the Queen said, her voice echoing with ancient authority. You wasted your potential on the outside world, mingling with filthy humans. And now you return, crawling back to your cage. Why? I need your blood magic, Vanessa pleaded, dropping to her knees. A boy in my squad, his arms are cursed by ancient beast magic. Our kingdom's best healers cannot fix him. But your magic can. If you heal him, I will stay here forever. I will be your prisoner again. The Queen laughed, a cold, piercing sound. You offer yourself as if you have a choice. You are already mine, Vanessa. I will lock you away, and I will let your little friend rot. Before the Queen could summon her blood chains to bind Vanessa, the massive wooden doors of the throne room were violently blown open. Give her back! Asta sprinted into the room, his arms heavily bandaged and completely useless. Right behind him were Finral and Noel, both panting heavily from navigating the dangerous forest. Asta had realized Vanessa was gone and forced the squad to follow her, refusing to let her sacrifice herself for his sake. Asta! Vanessa gasped, tears falling from her eyes. What are you doing here? You can't fight. I don't need my arms to yell. Asta roared, glaring at the terrifying Queen. I'm not going to let you. Keep Vanessa. She's a member of the Black Bulls. The Queen of Witches narrowed her eyes, completely insulted by the intrusion of mortals in her domain. A magicless peasant dares to raise his voice at me in my own forest? I will drain the blood from your veins and use your corpses as fertilizer. Up in the rafters of the throne room, Oliver sat cross-legged, munching on a handful of magical berries he had picked outside. The situation was escalating perfectly according to the timeline. He watched the Queen raise her hand, preparing to cast a lethal blood execution spell. But suddenly, the Queen froze. A flock of magical crows burst through the window, squawking violently. The Queen's eyes widened as she received the magical transmission from her familiars. Intruders, the Queen whispered, her fury shifting. Two massive armies have breached the borders of the witches' forest simultaneously. Finral blinked, looking out the broken doors. Armies? Here? The eye of the midnight sun approaches from the east, led by a third eye radiating immense heat, the Queen stated, her blood magic mapping the forest. And from the west, an invading force from the Diamond Kingdom. They are after the ancient magic stones hidden in this forest. And they dare to trample my trees to get them. The Queen looked down at Asta. She recognized the anti-magic sword strapped to his back. A cruel, calculating plan formed in her ancient mind. She couldn't fight two armies alone without exhausting herself. But she could use this magicless boy as a weapon. You, peasant, the Queen said, pointing at Asta. You want your arms fixed? I will heal you. But in exchange, you and your little friends will intercept the invaders. If you survive, I will let you leave with Vanessa. If you die, you serve as fertilizer. Asta didn't even hesitate. Deal. Fix my arms, and I'll smash both armies. Noelle gripped her grimoire. Asta, are you sure? We are facing the midnight sun and the Diamond Kingdom at the same time. Asta grinned, a fiery determination in his eyes. We're the Black Bulls. We never give up. The Queen stood up. Blood healing magic, curse-shattering blood cocoon. A massive sphere of crimson blood erupted from the floor, entirely enveloping Asta. The dense, ancient magic seeped into his skin, violently forcing the cursed beast mana out of his bones and reknitting his shattered magical channels. It was a painful, agonizing process, but Asta didn't scream. When the blood cocoon shattered a minute later, Asta fell to his knees. He slowly reached up, clenching his fists. The bandages fell away, revealing completely healed, perfectly functioning arms. Asta drew his heavy demon slayer sword with a single hand, swinging it effortlessly, causing a shockwave of air pressure in the throne room. My arms! Asta cheered, tears of joy streaming down his face. They work. Thank you, creepy queen lady. Now let's go beat up some bad guys. As Asta, Noelle, Finral, and Vanessa rushed out of the throne room to intercept the invading armies, the Queen of Witches sat back down on her throne. She smiled a wicked, triumphant smile. Fools, the Queen whispered to herself. The moment he defeats the invaders, I will use the residual blood magic in his veins to take control of his body. That anti-magic power will be my ultimate puppet. A piece of berry suddenly hit the Queen square in the forehead. The Queen gasped, her blood magic flaring violently as she looked around the empty room. Who goes there? Show yourself. Oliver slowly dropped down from the rafters, landing silently in front of the throne. He wiped the berry juice from his fingers. That puppet plan of yours is a really bad idea, Oliver said casually. The Queen glared at the boy. She hadn't sensed him at all. He had been sitting in her throne room, completely invisible to her ancient, flawless magical senses. How did you get in here? Are you with the Black Bulls? Oliver walked up the steps toward the throne. He didn't answer her. The midnight chime suddenly rang in his mind. System notification. Day 5667 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, concept. Magic, absolute biological override. Oliver smiled. Absolute biological override. It meant no external force, no virus, no curse, and certainly no blood magic could ever control the biological functions of anyone Oliver protected. The Queen felt a primal, overwhelming terror wash over her. It was the same terror Licht had felt. The boy walking toward her had no mana, yet the space around him felt like a collapsing star. Blood magic, red scythe. The Queen shrieked, launching a massive, razor-sharp blade of hardened blood directly at Oliver's neck. Oliver didn't even blink. He kept walking. The blood scythe hit the space an inch from his throat and instantly vaporized into fine, red mist. The Queen backed up against her throne, her hundreds of years of absolute confidence shattering in a single second. What are you? Oliver stopped at the foot of the throne. I am the guy who makes sure my brother gets to swing his sword without any strings attached. Oliver reached out and tapped the Queen's forehead with a single finger. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept. Erasure, target, latent blood traces in Asta's body. A microscopic pulse of energy traveled from Oliver's finger, completely severing the magical connection the Queen had embedded in Asta's healed arms. Her puppet strings were instantly and permanently cut. The Queen gasped, clutching her chest as her control spell vanished from reality. You erased my ancient magic with a touch. Oliver shoved his hands back into his pockets, turning away from the terrified monarch. Let the kids fight their war, Queenie. And when they win, you are going to let them leave this forest with a smile on your face. Understand? The Queen of Witches, the most feared woman on the continent, nodded frantically, completely broken by the absolute void standing before her. Good, Oliver said, walking out of the throne room. Now, let's go see what the Diamond Kingdom brought to the party. I hear they have a guy who absorbs magic. That sounds fun to break. Chapter 30, The Magic Absorber and the Salamander's Fire. The witch's forest was burning. Thick columns of black smoke rose into the crimson sky as the eye of the midnight sun and the Diamond Kingdom armies tore through the ancient trees. High above the canopy, Fana the hateful rode on the back of the massive fire spirit, Salamander, unleashing torrents of blinding, searing flames that reduced the forest golems to ash. Down on the ground, Asta sprinted through the burning brush, his newly healed arms gripping his heavy demon slayer sword with a strength he had never felt before. He swung the blade, unleashing a massive wave of anti-magic that cleanly split a wall of spirit fire in half, clearing a path for Noelle, Finral, and Vanessa. "We have to stop that fire spirit before it burns the whole forest down," Asta yelled, deflecting another barrage of heat. "Noelle, can you hit it with your water magic?" Noelle raised her grimoire, sweat dripping down her face from the intense heat. "I can try, but spirit magic is incredibly dense. I need a clear shot." As the Black Bulls engaged the chaotic, fiery aerial battle against Fana, Oliver was taking a leisurely stroll through the western edge of the forest. The air here was thick with the dust of shattered trees and the organized, militaristic mana of the Diamond Kingdom. Soldiers in heavy armor were marching forward, using specialized magical artillery to blow apart the forest defenses. Leading the vanguard were two figures. One was Mars, the crystal mage Oliver had casually swatted away back in the dungeon. Mars looked different now, his eyes dull and lifeless, his mind completely suppressed by the Diamond Kingdom's control. Spells? Beside him was a tall, incredibly arrogant man with slicked back hair and a cruel smile. This was Ladros, the Diamond Kingdom's secret weapon. Ladros laughed as a massive defensive spell from a group of hidden witches struck him dead on. Instead of taking damage, Ladros's body glowed. He inhaled the magical energy, absorbing it completely into the artificial stones embedded in his body. He then pointed his hand back at the witches, firing their exact spell back at them with double the destructive force, blowing them out of the trees. "It is useless," Ladros boasted, his voice echoing through the woods. "My assimilation magic allows me to absorb any and all magical power. The stronger your attacks, the stronger I become. I am the ultimate, invincible soldier. You witches should just surrender your mana to me." "That sounds like a terrible design flaw," a calm, lazy voice called out. Ladros stopped laughing. He turned around to see a 15-year-old boy wearing a black bull's robe stepping out from behind a burning tree. Oliver had his hands in his pockets, looking at the massive Diamond Kingdom army with the enthusiasm of someone waiting in line at the post office. Mars, whose mind was deeply buried under control spells, suddenly twitched. His subconscious recognized the boy standing in front of them. Deep within Mars's suppressed mind, a primal, absolute terror flared to life, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably. Ladros sneered, looking down at Oliver. "A Clover Kingdom magic knight? You sent a child to stop us? I don't sense a single drop of mana on you, boy. Are you lost, or are you just here to die?" "I heard you like eating magic," Oliver said casually, ignoring the insult. "I was just curious about how much you can actually swallow before you get a stomachache." Ladros's eyes widened in sheer indignation. He pointed a finger at Oliver. "You arrogant little brat! I can absorb the magic of a captain. I can absorb the magic of a spirit. Attack me with everything you have, and I will show you absolute despair as I fire it right back through your heart." Oliver sighed. "If you insist." System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, mana compression release. Target, Ladros. Output, 0.0001% of total capacity. Oliver did not cast a fireball. He did not summon a massive beam of light. He simply pulled his right hand out of his pocket, formed his fingers into a gun shape, and pointed it at Ladros. "Bang," Oliver whispered. A microscopic, invisible bullet of pure, uncompressed mana shot from Oliver's fingertip. It wasn't an elemental spell. It was just raw, foundational magical energy, condensed from Oliver's multi-million unit reserve. The invisible bullet struck Ladros directly in the chest. Ladros's assimilation magic activated instantly, eagerly opening his magical channels to absorb the incoming attack. For a fraction of a second, Ladros grinned. He felt the magic enter his body. And then, his entire world shattered. The sheer density of the mana entering Ladros's body was completely incomprehensible. It was like trying to fit an entire ocean into a small teacup. Ladros's artificial magical stones instantly cracked. His veins bulged, glowing with a blinding, agonizing white light. The absorption spell did not just fail, it violently overflowed. What is this? Ladros screamed, his voice cracking as his body was entirely paralyzed by the crushing weight of the mana he had just ingested. This isn't magic. It's too heavy. It's tearing me apart. Stop. Oliver stood completely still. I only gave you a drop. You said you were the ultimate soldier. Don't spit it out now. With a deafening sound of shattering glass, the artificial magical stones embedded in Ladros's chest and forehead exploded into fine dust. His magical channels completely short-circuited, violently purging the excess mana into the air to save his life. Ladros's eyes rolled back into his head, and he collapsed face first into the dirt, smoking, convulsing slightly, and completely stripped of his magical abilities. The Diamond Kingdom vanguard froze in absolute, horrified silence. Their invincible commander, the man who could absorb any attack, had just been utterly broken by a boy pointing a finger and saying bang. Oliver blew an imaginary wisp of smoke from his finger and put his hand back into his pocket. He then turned his gaze to Mars. Mars was frozen in place. The control spell in his brain was actively fighting against the overwhelming terror his body was experiencing. Oliver walked up to the crystal mage. He tapped Mars lightly on the forehead. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept erasure. Target, mind. Control magic. The Diamond Kingdom brainwashing spell shattered instantly. Mars gasped, his eyes widening as clarity in his own memories flooded back into his mind. He fell to his knees, clutching his head, breathing heavily as he looked up at the terrifying boy who had spared his life twice now. You're free now, Oliver said smoothly. So here is the deal. If you take your army and go home right now, I won't do to you what I just did to your loud friend. But if you really want to stay, I recommend you go over to that burning section of the forest and help my brother fight the giant fire lizard. He could use a hand. Mars looked at the smoking body of Ladros, then at the massive pillar of fire in the distance. He remembered Asta. He remembered the boy who had fought to protect his friends in the dungeon. Mars made his choice. Retreat. Mars barked to the terrified Diamond Kingdom soldiers, his voice finally his own. Take the commander and fall back. As the soldiers scrambled to drag Ladros away, Mars summoned a crystal board and flew off toward the center of the forest to assist Asta. Oliver watched them go, letting out a satisfied yawn. The Diamond Kingdom threat was neutralized in under 3 minutes. The midnight chime echoed through the burning forest. System notification. Day 5668 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, area of effect. Absolute elemental suppression. Oliver checked the new skill. It allowed him to completely extinguish or neutralize any elemental magic within a massive radius. It was the perfect tool to stop a forest fire. He looked up at the sky, where Fana was still launching massive fireballs on the back of the salamander spirit. Asta was holding his own, his anti-magic cutting through the flames, but the heat was spreading too fast for the witches to control. Hold on, Asta, Oliver muttered, beginning a slow, leisurely walk toward the center of the forest. The fire department is on the way. Chapter 31, The Black Meteorite and the Extinguished Flame. The center of the witches' forest was a localized hellscape. The towering, ancient trees were entirely engulfed in roaring, unnatural flames. High above the inferno, Fana the hateful floated on the back of the colossal fire spirit, salamander. Her third eye pulsed with a sickly, dark light, and her voice echoed with an emotionless, chilling malice. I hate you all, Fana said, her blank eyes fixed on the black bowls below. Disappear. Spirit magic, salamander's breath. A massive, blinding column of concentrated fire blasted downward. Finral screamed, pushing his spatial magic to the absolute limit. Fallen. Angel's Gate. He opened a portal just in time, swallowing the massive fire blast and redirecting it into the sky. But the sheer heat of the spirit magic was burning Finral's spatial coordinates. He fell to his knees, gasping for air. I can't keep this up, Asta. The heat is warping my portals. Vanessa was faring no better. Her red threads were incinerating the moment they materialized. It's too hot. If we don't take down that spirit, the oxygen in the forest is going to burn away. We'll suffocate before we even get roasted. Asta stood at the front lines, his heavy demon slayer sword completely coated in soot. His newly healed arms were functioning perfectly, but the sheer volume of Fana's attacks was overwhelming. He swung his blade, sending a flying slash of anti-magic that cleaved a wave of fire in two, but the flames simply reformed behind it. I just have to hit her once. Asta yelled, his eyes locked onto Fana. Finral, launch me. Before Finral could even attempt to open another portal, Fana raised her hand. They. Salamander roared, generating a massive, hypercondensed sphere of fire directly above Asta. It was a localized sun, radiating a heat so intense the ground beneath Asta's feet turned to glass. Die, Fana whispered, dropping the sphere. Asta raised his sword to block, but before the attack could hit, a colossal wall of pink crystal erupted from the ground, intercepting the fiery sun. The crystal groaned and shattered under the intense heat, but it bought Asta the crucial second he needed to roll away. Asta blinked, looking at the jagged remnants of the crystal. Crystal magic? Descending from the sky on a floating crystal board was Mars. He landed in front of the black bulls, his face entirely clear of the Diamond Kingdom's mind control. Mars! Asta shouted, completely bewildered. What are you doing here? Didn't we beat you up in a dungeon? I am not your enemy today, Asta, Mars said, his eyes fixed on the girl floating in the sky. I came to save her. Fana looked down at Mars. For a fraction of a second, the hatred in her eyes flickered. A deep, buried memory from her childhood in the Diamond Kingdom's cruel experimentation facility tried to surface. Mars. But the demonic third eye on her forehead violently pulsed, releasing a surge of forbidden magic that completely drowned out her memories. The heat radiating from the salamander doubled in intensity. I hate you! Fana screamed, her voice cracking with pure agony. I hate all of you! Burn into nothingness! The salamander began to gather an unprecedented amount of mana, preparing to unleash a final catastrophic blast that would vaporize the entire forest. Mars gritted his teeth, summoning a massive crystal broadsword. We have to break that third eye. It's controlling her. Asta gripped his demon slayer sword. Right. Let's go, Mars. As Asta stared at the overwhelming, impossible mass of fire gathering above him, his heart pounded. He needed more power. He needed to surpass his limits. He squeezed the hilt of his sword, completely opening his mind to the heavy, dark energy resting within the rusted blade. Suddenly, dark, thick anti-magic began to leak from the sword, crawling up Asta's arm. It wrapped around his right side, turning his arm entirely black and forming a single, demonic black wing on his back. Asta's right eye flashed blood red. The black Asta form had awakened. Let's go! Asta's voice was distorted, carrying a heavy, demonic resonance. The black wing beat once, launching Asta into the sky with the speed of a falling star. The anti-magic radiating from his body actively repelled the intense heat, allowing him to pierce directly through the salamander's defensive flames. Mars fired a barrage of crystal shards, distracting the spirit just long enough for Asta to close the distance. Black meteorite! Asta roared. He spun, bringing the heavy anti-magic blade down directly onto the salamander's head. The massive spirit shrieked in pain as the anti-magic cleaved right through its fiery form. The impact sent a shockwave that temporarily scattered the flames, completely interrupting Fana's ultimate attack. But Fana did not fall. The third eye on her forehead glowed with a terrifying, blinding light. The dark, cursed mana poured out, violently regenerating the salamander's head and forcing the spirit into an unstable, enraged state. I will not be defeated! Fana shrieked. The flames turned from a bright orange to a deadly, toxic crimson. The ambient heat skyrocketed to an absolute, unsurvivable level. The trees around them began to spontaneously combust without the fire even touching them. Asta, completely drained from using the black form for the first time, fell back to the ground, his demonic wing dissolving. He crashed into the dirt, panting heavily. I missed the eye, the heat. I can't breathe. Finral and Vanessa collapsed, their lungs burning as the oxygen was rapidly consumed by the cursed fire. Mars tried to encase them in protective crystal, but the heat simply melted his magic into slag. Fana raised her hands, preparing to unleash the toxic crimson flames and end them all. You guys look like you're baking, a calm, familiar voice said. Asta weakly turned his head. Stepping out of the burning brush, entirely untouched by the suffocating heat and the falling embers, was Oliver. He was holding a slightly charred stick, using it to playfully poke at a patch of burning grass. Oliver! Asta coughed. The heat, it's too much. Oliver looked up at the massive, raging fire spirit and the screaming girl riding it. He sighed, dropping the stick. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, area of effect, absolute elemental suppression. Oliver snapped his fingers. The effect was not a blast of water. It was not a violent clash of magic. It was a complete, localized deletion of a physical concept. The roaring, apocalyptic crimson flames engulfing the forest instantly vanished. There was no smoke. There was no fading ember. Fire simply ceased to exist, as if it had been turned off by a cosmic switch. The unbearable, suffocating heat was instantly replaced by the cool, refreshing night air of the forest. High in the sky, the colossal fire spirit salamander let out a confused, high-pitched squeak. Cut off completely from its elemental nature, the massive, terrifying spirit rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, the giant, deadly beast turned into a tiny, harmless little lizard. It fluttered down, landing on Fana's shoulder, completely stripped of its destructive power. Fana floated in the air, completely stunned. She raised her hands, trying to summon even a spark of fire, but the mana refused to ignite. The elemental suppression field completely nullified her magic. What did you do to my fire? Fana whispered, her voice trembling as the overwhelming hatred was temporarily drowned out by absolute confusion. Oliver didn't answer. He looked at Asta, who was staring at him in absolute awe. Hey, loudmouth, Oliver said, pointing at Fana. Her fire is gone, but that creepy eye on her forehead is still there. Why don't you go ahead and fix that? Asta didn't need to be told twice. He found his second wind, grabbing his demon slayer sword with both hands. He used the surrounding trees to jump high into the air, launching himself directly at the defenseless Fana. Fana couldn't fight back. She could only watch as Asta brought the heavy, flat side of his anti-magic sword directly down onto her forehead. The blade struck the third eye. The cursed, forbidden magic shattered like fragile glass, completely erasing the demonic possession that had twisted her soul. Fana's eyes rolled back, and she began to fall from the sky. Mars leaped forward, using a crystal pillar to catch her gently in his arms. He landed softly on the ground, holding the girl he had thought was dead for years. Fana, Mars whispered, tears falling from his stoic face. You're alive. You're safe now. Fana's eyes fluttered open. The dark, hateful energy was entirely gone, replaced by a soft, innocent light. Mars? She murmured, reaching up to touch his face. Is it really you? Asta landed nearby, leaning heavily on his sword. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, a massive, exhausted grin on his face. We did it. We actually did it. Finral and Vanessa finally caught their breath, lying on the ground and laughing in sheer relief. Far away, in the throne room of the massive central tree, the Queen of Witches watched the entire battle through her magical familiars. She saw Oliver casually snap his fingers and instantly extinguish an ancient elemental spirit without a single drop of mana. The Queen fell back onto her throne, trembling uncontrollably. She had plotted to steal Asta's anti-magic. She had plotted to conquer the invaders. But now, she understood absolute reality. That boy, the Queen whispered, her ancient pride entirely shattered. He is not a knight. He is a god walking among mortals. I must never, ever provoke the Black Bulls again. Back in the clearing, Oliver stretched his arms, letting out a long yawn. The forest was saved, Asta's arms were healed, and the timeline was perfectly intact. Hey, Captain Yami is going to be mad we missed dinner, Oliver said, turning to Finral. Once everyone is done crying and hugging, open a portal home. I want to sleep in a real bed. Chapter 32, The Uncrowned Lioness and the Hot Springs. The departure from the Witch's Forest was remarkably peaceful, entirely due to the fact that the Queen of Witches was absolutely terrified. Instead of demanding a price for healing Asta's arms, the ancient, tyrannical monarch practically shoved the forest's hidden magic stone into Asta's hands. She then politely, yet firmly, requested that the Black Bulls leave her domain and never return, keeping her eyes fixed carefully on the floor whenever Oliver looked in her direction. Mars and Fana stayed behind at the forest border. With Fana's memories restored and the Diamond Kingdom's vanguard defeated, Mars had decided it was time to return home and reform his country from the inside. Asta cried, hugging them both tightly. Before stepping through Finral's spatial portal, they arrived in the main hall of the Black Bulls' headquarters right as the sun was rising. Yami was sitting at the wooden table, nursing a bottle of cheap sake. He looked up, his dark eyes locking instantly onto Asta's fully functioning, unbandaged arms. Welcome back, idiots, Yami grunted, taking a long sip of his drink. Good to see you aren't permanently useless, kid. Asta grinned, flexing his arms with so much energy that a small shockwave rattled the dirty dishes on the table. I'm ready to keep surpassing my limits, Captain. We got the magic stone, too. Yami nodded approvingly. Good work. Now go pass out. You all smell like smoke and blood. The next few days at the base were surprisingly quiet. The squad recovered from their injuries. And Asta spent every waking moment swinging his heavy swords in the courtyard to make up for lost time. Oliver spent most of his time napping on the roof. During one of these naps, the familiar chime echoed in his mind. System notification. Day 5669 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, concept. Magic, absolute probability manipulation. Oliver opened one eye, reading the floating blue text. Absolute probability. Manipulation. He could control the statistical likelihood of any event occurring, no matter how physically impossible it seemed. If the chance of a meteor striking a specific target was 0.001%, Oliver could shift the probability to 100% with a single thought. It was a terrifying, reality-breaking power. Oliver simply yawned, deciding he would use it to make sure he never drew the short straw for dishwashing duty ever again. The piece, however, ended violently the following morning. Oliver was sitting at the kitchen counter, quietly eating a plate of pancakes covered in maple syrup. Asta was doing vertical handstand push-ups nearby, while Noelle gracefully sipped her morning tea. Suddenly, the heavy wooden front doors of the Black Bull's headquarters did not just open, they were entirely obliterated. A massive blast of overwhelming, predatory fire magic blew the doors off their hinges, sending burning splinters flying across the room. Asta fell over. Noelle dropped her teacup. Yami walked out of the bathroom, a newspaper in his hand, looking intensely annoyed. "Who has the guts to blow up my base?" Yami growled, his hand resting on his katana. Stepping through the smoke and shattered wood was a tall, incredibly muscular woman. With wild, blazing orange hair. She wore the uniform of the Crimson Lions, but she wore it like a warlord. Her mere presence made the temperature in the room spike, and her mana was so heavy it felt like a physical weight pressing down on their chests. Mereoleona Vermilion, the undefeated, uncrowned lioness of the Clover Kingdom. Yami Sukiro. Mereoleona roared, her voice shaking the foundation of the building. "You have allowed your squad to grow soft and lazy. The Wizard King has decreed the formation of the Royal Knights, an elite squad to storm the Eye of the Midnight Sun's hideout. And I am the captain." Yami picked his ear. "Oh, it's you. I heard you dragged yourself out of the wilderness. What do you want, you loud gorilla?" Mereoleona's eyes narrowed, a terrifying, feral grin spreading across her face. "I am here to collect. Your squad ranked second in the Star Festival. That means you have potential recruits for the Royal Knights. We are going to the Ultime Volcano Mountain Trail for a training camp. Right now." Before anyone could react, giant paws made of pure, condensed fire erupted from Mereoleona's grimoire. The mana paws shot across the room, grabbing Asta by the head, snatching Noelle by the collar, and scooping up Magna, Luck, and Finral. She even grabbed Yami, wrapping a fiery fist entirely around the dark magic captain. "Hey!" Yami yelled, struggling against the intense heat. "Put me down, you crazy woman! I didn't sign up for a training camp. You are coming to assist me." Mereoleona laughed, completely ignoring Yami's protests as she hauled the Black Bulls toward the ruined doorway. As she prepared to leave with her captives, her sharp, predatory eyes scanned the room and locked onto the kitchen counter. Oliver was still sitting there, chewing on a piece of pancake, completely ignoring the chaos. Mereoleona's instincts flared. She was a master of reading mana, a warrior who had spent years living in the harshest magical environments in the kingdom. But when she looked at the lazy boy eating breakfast, she felt an absolute, chilling void. It was an anomaly that deeply offended her warrior senses. "You! The lazy one in the corner!" Mereoleona barked. "You are coming too!" A fiery mana paw shot across the room, aiming directly for the back of Oliver's shirt to drag him along with the others. Oliver didn't look up from his plate. He didn't move to dodge. The fiery paw reached him and simply passed straight through his body as if he were a ghost. Oliver's passive absolute bypass completely nullified the physical and magical interaction of the attack. Mereoleona stopped walking. She dropped Yami onto the floor, her feral grin fading into a look of intense, burning curiosity. She turned fully toward the kitchen. "What did you just do, boy?" she demanded, stepping closer. "You didn't dodge. You didn't use an anti-magic sword. My spell went right through you." Oliver swallowed his pancake and wiped his mouth with a napkin. "I have a skin condition. It makes me allergic to fiery cat paws. Now, if you excuse me. I'm going to take a nap. Have fun at the volcano. Mereoleona's eyes widened. For a moment, there was absolute silence. Then, she let out a booming, terrifying roar of laughter that rattled the windows. A skin condition. Hilarious! Mereoleona shouted. You have guts, boy. But no one ignores the command of a vermilion. If my magic cannot grab you, I will drag you out of here with my own 2 hands. She lunged. Mereoleona was incredibly fast, her physical speed augmented by years of fighting wild magical beasts. She aimed to grab Oliver by the shoulder and throw him out the door. Oliver sighed. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, absolute probability manipulation. As Mereoleona stepped onto the kitchen tile, a completely impossible, mathematically absurd chain of events occurred. A single, microscopic drop of maple syrup that had fallen from Oliver's plate perfectly caught the heel of her boot. Mereoleona, a master martial artist with flawless balance, slipped. Her foot slid out from under her. To compensate, she shifted her weight. But at that exact millisecond, a sudden, localized gust of wind from the broken front door blew a discarded piece of newspaper perfectly across her eyes, blinding her for a fraction of a second. She stumbled forward, entirely missing Oliver, and crashed face first into a pile of dirty dishes in the sink. The entire Black Bulls squad, still held hostage in the fiery paws, stared in absolute, horrified silence. No one in the history of the Clover Kingdom had ever seen the undefeated lioness trip and fall into a sink. Asta held his breath. Oh no! Oliver is dead. She's going to incinerate him. Mereoleona slowly pulled her head out of the sink. She had a piece of wet lettuce stuck to her forehead. The silence in the room was so thick it could be cut with a sword. The air began to literally boil around her as her immense mana flared out of control. She slowly turned to look at Oliver, her eyes burning with an intense, murderous fire. Oliver calmly picked up his fork, eating his last piece of pancake. You really should watch your step. The floor is slippery. Mereoleona did not scream. She did not cast a spell. She just stared at him, her feral instincts screaming that the boy sitting in front of her was not a normal human. He was a monster hiding in plain sight, and her warrior blood boiled with the intense desire to test him. You are coming to the volcano, Mereoleona said, her voice dropping to a dangerous, terrifyingly calm growl. I don't like heat, Oliver replied effortlessly. And I don't like hiking. Mereoleona wiped the lettuce off her forehead. The hot spring at the top of the volcano is cooked using the natural volcanic mana. The wild boars roasted over the magma vents are considered the finest delicacy in the Clover Kingdom. Oliver paused, his fork stopping halfway to his mouth. Absolute information comprehension verified her statement. The volcanic roasted boar was, in fact, a legendary culinary experience. Oliver put his fork down and stood up. Let me grab my towel, Oliver said smoothly. Mereoleona's fiery grin returned, wild and terrifying. Perfect. The rest of you, prepare for hell. She reformed the fiery paws, lifting the screaming black bulls into the air, and marched out the ruined doorway, dragging Yami and the others toward the fiery depths of the old-time volcano. Oliver followed behind at a leisurely pace, his hands safely tucked in his pockets. The Royal Knight's exam was approaching, but right now, all he cared about was getting a taste of that volcanic roasted boar. Chapter 33, The Volcanic Trail and the Unbothered Void. The heat radiating from the old-time volcano mountain trail was entirely unreasonable. It wasn't just hot, the air itself was visibly warping, thick with dense, suffocating volcanic mana. Rivers of molten rock flowed down the jagged, blackened slopes, and the sky was choked with falling ash. Mereoleona tossed the black bowls onto the scorching ground at the base of the mountain. Finral instantly burst into tears, his uniform already beginning to singe. Magna and Luck scrambled to their feet, sweating profusely, while Asta yelled about the ground burning through the solace of his boots. Yami landed gracefully, lighting a fresh cigarette on a nearby burning rock. "I hate you," he told Mereoleona flatly. Mereoleona ignored him, standing at the base of the fiery trail with her arms crossed, looking entirely at home. "This is the old-time volcano!" she roared, her voice cutting through the rumbling of the magma. "At the summit lies the legendary hot spring. If you want to soak in it, and if you want to eat the volcanic boar, you must climb. But this mountain is saturated with violent mana. If you do not constantly cloak your bodies in a dense layer of magic, a technique known as mana skin, you will turn into ash before you reach the halfway point." Noelle gasped, trying to summon her water magic to cool herself down, but the ambient heat evaporated her spells instantly. "Mana skin?" she panted. "We have to constantly output magic just to survive." Mereoleona grinned. "Exactly. Now, climb. Or die trying." With a massive leap, Mereoleona shot up the mountainside. Effortlessly leaping from jagged rock to floating pumice, her body cloaked in a perfect, glowing aura of fire magic. Yami sighed, wrapping himself in a shroud of dark magic, and followed her at a much slower, lazier pace. The black bowls were left at the bottom. Magna and Luck immediately began trying to force their mana outward, screaming in frustration as the heat pushed back. Finral was curled in a ball, entirely giving up. Asta, lacking any mana to create a skin, tried to sprint up the path using pure physical strength, but the sheer thermal radiation forced him to his knees after 10 yards. I can't breathe." Asta coughed, the ash filling his lungs. "If I don't have mana, I have to use that black power. Come out." As Asta desperately tried to summon the anti-magic from his rusted sword, Oliver stood at the base of the mountain, examining a small, smoldering pebble. He didn't have mana skin. He didn't even have mana. But thanks to his absolute environmental adaptation, the 2000-degree volcanic atmosphere felt like a pleasant, 72-degree spring afternoon. His black bull's robe wasn't even singed. Oliver looked up the towering, apocalyptic mountain. It looked like a very long, very annoying walk. But the promise of volcanic roasted boar was a powerful motivator. Oliver put his hands in his pockets and started walking. He didn't leap. He didn't run. He just strolled casually up the jagged, molten path. When a river of magma blocked his way, he stepped directly onto the liquid rock. His boots didn't melt. The extreme heat was perfectly converted and nullified around him. To Oliver, walking on magma felt like walking on a bouncy waterbed. Halfway up the mountain, Mereoleona was waiting on a large, flat rock outcropping, observing the struggling magic knights below. She watched Asta finally tap into his black form, a single demonic wing shooting him up the mountain. She watched Noelle finally grasp the concept of mana skin, a glowing blue aura protecting her royal pride. And then, she saw Oliver. Mereoleona's fiery eyes narrowed. The boy was simply walking. He was humming a quiet tune, occasionally stopping to look at a unique rock formation. He had absolutely no magical aura. He wasn't using a spell to deflect the heat. He was just existing in the middle of an active volcano without breaking a sweat. "Impossible," Mereoleona whispered, her warrior blood boiling with excitement. "The laws of nature themselves are bending around him. Let us see how deep this anomaly goes." Mereoleona raised her fist, condensing a massive amount of fiery mana into a dense, superheated boulder of magma. With a terrifying roar, she hurled the magma boulder directly at Oliver's head. It was an attack fast enough to catch a captain off guard, carrying enough kinetic and thermal energy to level a small fortress. Oliver didn't look up. He didn't take his hands out of his pockets. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept erasure. Target, kinetic energy and thermal radiation. The massive magma boulder struck the space exactly 1 inch from Oliver's face. But it didn't crush him, and it didn't burn him. The terrifying attack instantly lost all of its heat and momentum. The molten rock solidified into a perfectly harmless, lukewarm stone, dropping gently onto the ground with a soft thud, right at Oliver's feet. Oliver stopped walking. He looked down at the rock, then looked up at Mereoleona, who was standing on the cliff above him with her jaw slightly open in absolute shock. Oliver reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, raw marshmallow he had brought from the kitchen. He knelt down, pressing the marshmallow against the lukewarm stone, but it didn't toast. "You cooled it down too much," Oliver called up to the terrifying lioness, sounding genuinely disappointed. "I wanted a snack. If you're going to throw rocks at me, at least keep them hot enough to cook with." Mereoleona stared at him. She had thrown a lethal attack to test his defenses, and he was complaining that it wasn't a good enough stove for his marshmallow. Suddenly, she threw her head back and laughed. It was a massive, echoing roar of pure, unadulterated joy. A warrior who completely ignores the elements. "You are fascinating, Black Bull. Get to the top. The boar is waiting." Oliver sighed, standing back up and continuing his leisurely hike. 10 minutes later, Oliver reached the summit. The crater of the volcano was surprisingly flat, entirely dominated by a massive, bubbling natural hot spring that radiated intense, soothing magical energy. On the edge of the spring, grazing on magical volcanic moss, was the prize, a massive, fiery-furred volcanic boar. The beast noticed Oliver and let out an aggressive snort, preparing to charge the intruder. Oliver just looked at the boar, his stomach rumbling. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered. Concept magic, absolute purge. Target, life force and aggression. Oliver snapped his fingers. The massive boar simply dropped dead on the spot, completely unharmed physically, its meat perfectly preserved. Oliver walked over, pulling a set of cooking knives from his spatial vault. By the time Yami, Mereoleona and an exhausted, heavily panting Asta reached the summit an hour later, the air was filled with the most incredible, mouth-watering aroma in existence. Oliver had butchered the boar, set up a perfect roasting spit over a controlled magma vent, and used his absolute information comprehension to season the meat with the exact ratio of salt and volcanic ash to maximize the flavor profile. Yami dragged himself over the edge of the crater, wiping sweat from his forehead. He saw Oliver sitting on a rock, eating a massive, perfectly glazed rib. You started without us?" Yami panted, half angry, half starving. Oliver tossed Yami a massive chunk of roasted meat. "The cook always tastes the food first, Captain. It's a culinary rule." Mereoleona landed heavily next to them, looking at the perfectly roasted beast and then at Oliver. She took a bite of the meat. Oliver tossed her, and her eyes widened. The flavor was completely perfect, the meat tenderized to an impossible degree. "Boy!" Mereoleona shouted, pointing a greasy finger at him. "You are officially the chef for the Royal Knights." "I politely decline," Oliver said, taking another bite. "I only cook when I'm hungry." As Asta fell face first into the hot spring, entirely exhausted but victorious, and Noelle arrived shortly after, looking incredibly proud of her new mana skin, the midnight chime echoed in Oliver's mind. System notification. Day 5670 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, concept magic, absolute kinetic redirection. Oliver smiled softly, chewing his food. Absolute kinetic redirection. Any physical force directed at him could be perfectly bounced back at the attacker with a thought. The Hot Springs training camp was officially a success. And tomorrow, the real Royal Knights exam would begin. Oliver leaned back, looking up at the ash-filled sky. Perfectly content to let the universe unfold while he ate his barbecue. Chapter 34, The Royal Knights Exam and the Solo Team. The Royal Knights Selection Exam was a massive, highly publicized event held in a sprawling, specially constructed arena just outside the royal capital. Thousands of spectators, nobles, and magic knights filled the stands, eager to see who would be chosen to storm the Eye of the Midnight Sun's hideout. In the center of the arena, King Augustus Kira Clover 13 gave a long, incredibly pompous, and entirely ignored speech about his own greatness. Down in the participant waiting area, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Magic knights from every squad glared at one another, sizing up their competition. Asta was bouncing on his toes, his eyes sparkling as he spotted Yuno across the room. The two rivals exchanged a fierce, silent vow to meet in the finals. Oliver was sitting on a wooden bench in the corner of the waiting room, fast asleep, his black bull's robe pulled over his head to block out the noise. Julius Novacrano stepped up to the podium, completely overshadowing the king, and the crowd erupted into cheers. The rules of this exam are simple. The Wizard King announced, his eyes shining with childlike excitement. You have been divided into teams of 3. Each team will be given a magical crystal. Your goal is to destroy the opposing team's crystal while protecting your own. The battlefield will be a massive, artificial terrain generated by our mages. Work together, show us your magic, and prove you have what it takes to be a royal knight. A magical display board lit up above the arena, shuffling the names of the participants and finalizing the teams. Asta cheered as he saw his name paired with Mimosa Vermilion from the Golden Dawn, and a mysterious masked mage named Zerx Lugner. Yuno was teamed up with Noel and a mushroom mage named N. As the participants searched the board for their names, a confused murmur rippled through the crowd. Hey, look at Team P, a random knight pointed out. There's only one name on it. Julius took the microphone again, coughing lightly. Ah, yes. Due to an uneven number of applicants this year, and following a specific recommendation from Captain Mirioliana Vermilion, one participant will be competing entirely alone. Team P consists solely of Oliver from the Black Bulls. The entire waiting room turned to look at the corner. Oliver had finally woken up, slowly pulling his robe off his face and blinking sleepily at the massive screen. Wait, what? Oliver muttered. I have to carry the crystal by myself? That sounds heavy. Mirioliana, who was sitting in the VIP judges booth next to Julius and Yami, let out a booming laugh. I want to see what the anomaly can do when he doesn't have a squad to hide behind. Show us, boy. Yami sighed, taking a drag of his cigarette. You just signed those poor bastards up for a very confusing beating. The first few matches of the tournament were spectacular. Asta, despite dealing with his incredibly uncooperative and sarcastic masked teammate, managed to secure a chaotic victory using his black form. Yuno and Noel dominated their match, showcasing their incredible growth. Finally, the announcer's voice echoed through the stadium. Match number 5. Team O vs Team P. Team O consisted of 3 arrogant, senior magic knights from the Purple Orcus. They smirked as they walked into the simulated battlefield, a rocky wasteland filled with deep canyons. They placed their glowing blue crystal on a high pedestal, heavily guarding it. Oliver walked out onto the battlefield, holding his glowing red crystal under his arm like a loaf of bread. He didn't look for a tactical location. He didn't set up traps. He simply walked to the middle of the rocky plain, set the crystal down on the dirt, and sat on top of it. The crowd fell completely silent. The announcers were speechless. Is he is he using the objective as a chair? One of the purple Orca Knights asked in disbelief. He's mocking us. The team leader snarled, his grimoire glowing a toxic green. He's a peasant from the worst squad in the kingdom. Let's crush him and his crystal in one shot. The 3 senior knights pooled their mana together. The leader used acid magic, while the other 2 used wind and earth magic to accelerate and harden the attack. Combined magic, corrosive tornado boulder. A massive, spinning boulder of highly corrosive, fast-moving rock shot across the battlefield, aiming directly for Oliver and the crystal he was sitting on. The attack was dense, fast, and completely lethal. In the stands, Asta gripped the railing. Oliver! Move! Mirioliana leaned forward, her feral eyes wide open. Show me, she whispered. Oliver didn't stand up. He didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. He just watched the massive, deadly boulder rapidly approach his face. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, absolute kinetic redirection. The moment the corrosive boulder entered a 1-inch radius of Oliver's face, reality violently hiccuped. The attack didn't slow down. It didn't stop. It simply reversed its trajectory with absolutely zero loss of momentum. It was a perfect, flawless reflection of physics. The 3 purple Orca Knights didn't even have time to blink. The combined attack they had just launched instantly shot back at them at double the speed, carrying their own magical signatures. The boulder slammed directly into the high pedestal they were defending. The impact was deafening. The explosion of acid, wind, and earth completely obliterated their blue crystal, shattering it into a million pieces and knocking all 3 senior knights unconscious instantly. The battlefield fell into absolute, stunned silence. The dust slowly cleared, revealing Oliver still sitting lazily on his pristine red crystal. Match over. The announcer stammered, his voice cracking. Team P is the winner. Time elapsed, exactly 4 seconds. The crowd erupted into confused, terrified murmurs. Julius Novacrono practically pressed his face against the glass of the VIP booth, his eyes shining with intense fascination. Did you see that, Yami? Julius gasped. I didn't sense a reflection spell. I didn't sense any mana at all. The attack just bounced. How is he doing that? Yami puffed out a cloud of smoke, smirking lazily. I told you, Wizard King. He's a freak. Don't think about it too much, or your brain will start bleeding. Mirioliana was grinning so hard she looked demonic. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I am taking that boy to the front lines. Down in the arena, Oliver sighed, standing up and stretching his legs. He left his crystal in the dirt and began walking back toward the participant waiting room. I wonder if they have a snack bar in this arena, Oliver mumbled to himself. As he walked off the field, a tall mage with long, braided blonde hair watched him from the shadows of the tunnel. It was Kirsch Vermilion, the flamboyant vice-captain of the Coral Peacocks and Mimosa's older brother. How utterly unbeautiful, Kirsch whispered, tossing a rose petal into the air. Such raw, brute deflection lacks elegance. If we meet in the tournament, I shall teach him the true meaning of artistic combat. Oliver felt the gaze but completely ignored it. His absolute information comprehension had already mapped every opponent in the tournament. None of them mattered. The midnight chime rang perfectly in his mind. System notification. Day 5671 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, concept. Magic, absolute friction control. Oliver smiled slightly. Absolute friction control. He could make any surface completely frictionless or infinitely gripping. If that shiny flower guy tries to monologue at me, Oliver thought, I'm just going to turn the floor into ice and watch him slide. Out of the arena. Oliver found the snack bar, bought a bag of salty chips, and headed back to his bench to take another nap before the next round. The Royal Knight's exam was exactly as boring as he had expected. Chapter 35, The Cherry Blossom and the Frictionless Floor. The second round of the Royal Knight's selection exam commenced with the crowd still buzzing in absolute bewilderment over Oliver's 4-second victory. The other participants were now watching the lazy black bull with a mixture of fear, confusion, and intense suspicion. Asta and his team easily cleared their next match, with Asta using his black form to perfectly counter a barrage of magical traps. Yuno, Noel, and N followed suit, their teamwork and overwhelming mana completely dominating their opponents. But all eyes in the stadium quickly turned back to the center stage when the announcer called the next matchup. Match number 9. Team C vs Team P. Team C consisted of Sol Marone from the blue Rose, Magna Swing from the Black Bulls, and their team leader, the flamboyant vice-captain of the Coral Peacocks, Kirsch Vermilion. As they walked out onto the simulated battlefield, a beautiful, grassy meadow with rolling hills, Magna was sweating profusely. He gripped his bat, looking across the field where Oliver had just sat down on his red crystal, opening a fresh bag of salty potato chips. Vice-Captain Kirsch, Magna said, his voice trembling slightly. Listen to me very carefully. Do not attack him. Do not throw spells at him. Do not even look at him funny. We need to focus purely on defending our crystal and finding a way to move his without triggering his weird reflection thing. Kirsch Vermilion tossed his long, braided blonde hair, a shower of magical rose petals falling around him. He scoffed, his eyes closed in arrogant dismissal. Silence, you crude peasant, Kirsch said smoothly. You lack the refinement to understand true combat. That boy's previous victory was nothing but a brutish, unbeautiful trick. He simply bounced a crude attack back at crude mages. But against my magic, his lack of elegance will be his downfall. I shall bury him in an avalanche of overwhelming beauty. Sol Marone rolled her eyes, crossing her arms. You men are all idiots. Let's just smash his crystal and get this over with. Earth creation magic, raging Mother Earth. Sol summoned a massive, towering golem made of dense earth and stone, placing it directly in front of their blue crystal as an absolute defense. Across the field, Oliver crunched loudly on a potato chip. He looked at the giant golem, then at Kirsch, who was currently striking a dramatic pose. Entirely completely ignoring Magna's frantic warnings. Let the match begin. The announcer shouted. Kirsch smiled, opening his grimoire. It glowed with a soft, radiant pink light. Observe, you tragic, unbeautiful boy. This is the pinnacle of magical artistry. Cherry Blossom Magic, Magic Cherry Blossom Blizzard. Millions of glowing, razor-sharp cherry blossom petals erupted from Kirsch's grimoire. They swirled into a massive, blinding storm that covered the entire battlefield. The petals were designed to completely obscure the opponent's vision while slowly slicing their magical defenses to ribbons. It was a spell that overwhelmed the senses and the body simultaneously. Beautiful, isn't it? Kirsch laughed, stepping forward gracefully, intending to use the cover of the blizzard to launch a decisive, elegant strike. I will dance through this storm and claim victory. Oliver didn't even blink as the storm of razor-sharp petals descended upon him. His absolute bypass passively allowed the petals to pass harmlessly through his body and his crystal. He reached into his pocket with his free hand. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, absolute friction control. Target, the ground beneath Kirsch Vermilion. Oliver didn't freeze the ground. He didn't turn it into glass. He simply deleted the concept of friction from the grass and dirt directly. Under the vice-captain's feet. Kirsch struck a magnificent, ballet-like pose, pushing off his back foot to launch himself into a majestic sprint. But there was no friction. Kirsch's front foot slid forward. At lightning speed. His back foot slid backward. The flamboyant royal let out a highly undignified, high-pitched shriek as his legs completely gave out from under him, doing an aggressive, accidental split in the middle of the battlefield. Vice Captain! Magna yelled, watching in horror as Kirsch's elegant assault immediately devolved into a slapstick disaster. Kirsch tried to stand up, his face turning bright red with humiliation. How unbeautiful! What is wrong with this grass? He pushed against the ground with his hands, but without friction, any kinetic energy he applied simply propelled him in the opposite direction. He spun wildly like a dropped top, his arms flailing, completely losing control of his magic. The beautiful cherry blossom blizzard instantly dissipated, revealing the vice captain of the coral peacocks sliding uncontrollably across the meadow on his stomach, screaming in panic. Oliver tilted his head, watching the man slide. Because Kirsch had pushed off with so much force. And because there was absolutely zero friction to slow him down, he was accelerating. He slid past a completely bewildered Magna. He slid past a stunned solution stop. Kirsch shrieked, desperately trying to grab handfuls of grass, but his fingers simply slipped off the blades. Stop me! He slid directly between the legs of Soul's massive earth golem and slammed headfirst into the pedestal holding his own team's blue crystal. The impact rang out like a bell. The blue crystal shattered into 1,000 glowing shards. Kirsch bounced off the stone base and lay flat on his back, completely knocked out, his beautiful face covered in dirt and grass stains. The arena was dead silent. The only sound was the crunching of Oliver eating another potato chip. Match over! The announcer yelled, his voice echoing through the stunned stadium. Team P is the winner. Magna dropped his flaming bat, burying his face in his hands. I tried to tell him. I literally tried to tell him. Soul just stared at her unconscious team leader, then looked across the field at Oliver. She slowly shook her head. Men are so weird. Up in the VIP booth, Julius Novacrano was taking frantic notes in a small journal, his eyes wide. He didn't use a spell. The ground didn't change. The vice captain just lost all traction. What is this magic? Mirioliana was laughing so hard she had to lean on Yami's chair to keep from falling over. The anomaly strikes again. He defeated a vice captain without even standing up. Yami exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, a proud, lazy smirk on his face. That's my boy. Minimal effort, maximum humiliation. Down on the field, Oliver dusted the chip crumbs off his robe. He picked up his red crystal and began the short walk back to the waiting room. As he walked down the dark tunnel, the midnight chime echoed perfectly in his mind. System notification. Day 5672 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, Concept Magic, Absolute Vector Lock. Oliver mentally reviewed the skill. Absolute Vector Lock. He could freeze the direction and velocity of any moving object, permanently locking it in space, or forcefully redirect its path entirely. Oliver smiled. The tournament was nearing the finals. Asta was advancing, and Yuno was advancing. Soon, the two rivals would clash. Oliver threw his empty chip bag into a nearby trash can with a perfectly locked vector, the bag curving unnaturally through the air to land dead center. Let's see who makes it to the top, Oliver whispered, heading back to his bench for a nap. Chapter 36, The Spatial Brothers and the Frozen Vectors. The waiting room beneath the arena was filled with a tense, suffocating silence. While most of the participants were still trying to process the sheer absurdity of Oliver defeating a vice-captain by making the floor slippery, Finral Rulacase was trembling for an entirely different reason. The magical display board had just announced the next matchup. Team E vs Team G. Finral's team, consisting of himself, Leopold Vermilion, and Haman Cassius, was up against Team G. And the leader of Team G was Langris Vaude, the vice-captain of the Golden Dawn, a master of offensive spatial magic, and Finral's abusive, estranged younger brother. Asta slammed his hands on Finral's shoulders, his green eyes burning with intense encouragement. You can do this, Finral. You're completely different from the guy who used to run away. Show him how strong the Black Bulls are. Finral took a deep breath, forcing his hands to stop shaking. He looked across the room where Langris stood, exuding an aura of absolute superiority and disgust. I'm not going to run, Finral said, his voice steadying. I'm going to save my idiot brother from himself. Oliver cracked one eye open from his bench, watching Finral walk out toward the battlefield. Oliver knew the timeline. He knew the latent elf soul inside Langris was beginning to forcefully awaken, twisting the younger brother's already toxic arrogance into pure, homicidal malice. Good luck, Finral, Oliver mumbled, pulling his robe back over his head. But he didn't go to sleep. He kept his absolute information comprehension fully locked onto the arena above. The simulated battlefield was a dense, magical forest. Almost immediately, Leopold and Haman were separated from Finral by a massive barrage of enemy spells. Finral found himself standing alone in a clearing, facing his younger brother. Langris smirked, his grimoire floating in front of him. You actually stepped onto the battlefield, brother? I thought you would be hiding behind your peasant squad mates. You are a failure to the House of Vaude. A coward who can only run away. Finral's expression hardened. I used to be a coward. But I've found people who rely on me. I'm not running anymore, Langris. Spatial magic, fallen angel's wing beat. Finral unleashed a rapid barrage of spatial spheres, not designed to attack, but to forcefully teleport anything they touched. Langris scoffed, firing his own highly lethal spatial erasure magic. The two brothers clashed. To the shock of the nobles in the stands, Finral was actively holding his ground. He wasn't trying to hurt Langris, he was using his precise control to perfectly intercept and cancel out his brother's deadly attacks, teleporting the lethal spheres harmlessly into the sky. In the VIP booth, Yami took a drag of his cigarette. Look at my ride. He actually grew a spine. But down in the arena, Langris's mind was fracturing. The idea that his older brother, the absolute failure of their family, was matching him in combat was deeply, violently offensive to his corrupted soul. Stop looking at me like that! Langris screamed, a dark, terrifying, almost demonic mana leaking from his body. Stop looking at me like you pity me. I am the chosen one. I am the strongest. Langris raised his hands, completely abandoning all restraint. Spatial magic, Archangel's destruction. A massive, overwhelming wave of spatial erasure spheres erupted from Langris, completely blanketing the clearing. It was an attack meant for a war zone, entirely disproportionate for a simple tournament match. Finral gasped, pushing his mana to the absolute limit to open portals and redirect the barrage. But it was too much. The sheer volume of the attack shattered his defenses. The lethal spheres tore through the clearing, instantly obliterating Finral's team crystal and violently striking Finral himself. The older brother screamed in agony as chunks of his flesh were cleanly erased by the spatial magic. He collapsed to the ground, heavily bleeding, completely unconscious, and entirely defeated. Match over! The announcer yelled over the loudspeakers. Team G is the winner. Team E's crystal is destroyed. In the stands, Asta, Magna, and Luck cheered for Finral's bravery, but their cheers died in their throats as the smoke cleared. Finral was lying in a pool of his own blood, clearly requiring immediate medical attention. But Langris wasn't walking away. The dark, elven mana completely consumed his reasoning. He stared down at his brother's broken body, a twisted, psychotic smile on his face. "You lost, brother," Langris whispered. "But a failure like you shouldn't just lose. You should disappear entirely." Langris raised his hand. His grimoire glowed violently. He gathered a massive, highly condensed sphere of spatial erasure magic, aiming it directly at the unconscious Finral's chest. "Oops," Langris sneered, his eyes filled with absolute murder. "My hand slipped." He fired the lethal sphere. "Finral!" Asta roared. Asta, Magna, and Luck instantly vaulted over the stadium railing, completely ignoring the rules of the tournament. They sprinted toward the battlefield, but they were too far away. The attack was moving too fast. It was going to hit Finral before they could even cross the boundary. In the VIP booth, Julius Novachrono stood up, his eyes widening in horror, but even his time magic wouldn't reach the center of the arena fast enough. But the lethal spatial sphere never hit its mark. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered. Absolute vector lock. Target, hostile spatial magic. Exactly 1 inch above Finral's chest, the deadly orb of spatial erasure simply stopped. It didn't explode. It didn't fizzle out. It completely froze in midair, entirely paralyzed, defying every single law of magical physics. Langris blinked in absolute confusion. "What? Go! Erase him!" He pushed more mana into the spell, but the sphere refused to move. It was permanently anchored in space, its directional vector completely locked. "You're being really loud," a tired, annoyed voice echoed through the silent stadium. The entire arena turned to look at the participant tunnel. Walking out onto the grass, his hands shoved deep into his pockets, was Oliver. He looked like he had just been woken up from a very good nap, and he was not happy about it. Oliver casually walked across the battlefield. The intense, murderous aura radiating from Langris washed over him, but Oliver completely ignored it. He walked right past the frozen sphere of spatial erasure, stepping over Finral's unconscious body, and stopped directly in front of the vice-captain of the Golden Dawn. Langris glared at the Black Bull, his face twisting with rage. You're that peasant anomaly. Did you do this? Release my magic so I can finish off this trash." Oliver looked at Langris, his eyes entirely devoid of emotion. "He's my squad mate. You don't get to call him trash. And you certainly don't get to kill him." Langris laughed, a manic, unhinged sound. "I am a noble. I am the vice-captain of the greatest squad in the kingdom. I can do whatever I want to a peasant like you." Langris raised both of his hands, intending to point-blank erase Oliver from existence. "Die!" Oliver didn't blink. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, absolute vector lock. Target, Langris Vod's skeletal structure. Before Langris could cast his spell, his arms completely froze in place. He tried to thrust his hands forward, but his limbs refused to move. It wasn't paralysis. His muscles were firing, his brain was sending the signals, but the physical vectors of his arms were absolutely locked in space. He was trapped in his own body. "What? What did you do to my arms?" Langris shrieked, struggling violently, but he couldn't move them a single millimeter. Suddenly, Asta, Magna, and Luck landed on the battlefield, standing directly behind Oliver. Asta had his Demon Slayer sword drawn, his eyes practically glowing with intense, brotherly fury. Magna's bat was blazing with fire, and Luck was crackling with homicidal lightning. They stood over Finral's body, radiating an overwhelming, protective bloodlust. "If you take one more step toward Finral," Asta growled, his voice thick with raw anger, "we will absolutely destroy you." Langris stared at the Black Bulls, his mind completely breaking. He was the elite. He was the chosen one. But standing Before him were 3 enraged peasants and an absolute monster who had just turned his body into a statue with a single thought. For the first time in his life, Langris Vaude felt genuine, suffocating terror. Oliver leaned in close to Langris's ear. "I locked the vectors of your arms, Oliver," whispered smoothly. "But if you ever try to hurt one of my squad mates again, I'm going to vector lock the blood flowing through your heart. Do you understand me?" Langris couldn't speak. He just stared in wide-eyed, absolute horror. Oliver turned around, his lazy demeanor instantly returning. He waved a hand at the frozen spatial sphere hovering over Finral, and the orb simply vanished into the void. "Hey, medic guys!" Oliver yelled toward the sidelines, completely ignoring the stunned silence of the entire stadium. "Can we get a stretcher out here? My ride is bleeding on the grass." In the VIP booth, Yami smirked, leaning back in his chair and crossing his arms. Julius Novacrano sat back down, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead. He looked at Yami, his voice filled with awe. "Your squad," Julius murmured. "They are entirely unmanageable, chaotic, and completely disrespectful of the rules." Yami exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Yet they're the best." Chapter 37, The Royal Knights roster and the Midnight Raid. The medical team of the Clover Kingdom scrambled onto the battlefield, their stretchers and healing magic ready. They carefully loaded Finral's unconscious body and rushed him toward the arena's infirmary. Asta, Magna, and Luck followed closely behind, their eyes still burning with protective anger. Langris Vaude remained entirely frozen on the grass. His arms were still locked in the exact position Oliver had left them. He was hyperventilating, his eyes darting frantically, trapped in a prison of his own stationary vectors. Julius Novacrano descended from the VIP booth, landing gracefully on the field. He walked over to the terrified vice-captain of the Golden Dawn and placed a hand on Langris's shoulder. "What a dark, sorrowful mana," Julius murmured, his childlike demeanor completely replaced by the grave authority of the Wizard King. "Marks, take him to the Royal Detention Facility. He needs to be examined, and his actions today cannot go unpunished." Julius looked toward the dark tunnel where Oliver had vanished. The Wizard King had seen many things in his life, but a boy who could command the physical universe with a whisper was entirely new. "Can you release him?" Julius asked the empty air, knowing Oliver was still listening. From the shadows of the tunnel, a lazy snap of fingers echoed. Instantly, Langris collapsed into the dirt, his arms finally free. He didn't try to attack again. He just curled into a ball, weeping from the sheer psychological shock of absolute powerlessness. The Royal Knights selection exam continued after the medics cleared the field, though the atmosphere was significantly more subdued. Asta and Yuno finally had their highly anticipated match in the semi-finals. It was a spectacular, explosive clash of anti-magic and wind spirits, ending in a dramatic draw that completely shattered the simulated battlefield. Oliver's team, Team P, technically made it to the finals against Yuno's team. However, when the announcer called for Oliver to enter the arena, the Black Bull simply didn't show up. He was found an hour later, fast asleep on a pile of decorative cushions in the participant lounge. He was officially disqualified by default, which suited him perfectly. 3 days later, the Black Bulls were back at their headquarters, waiting for the official results. Finral was resting in his bed, heavily bandaged but stable. Asta was pacing holes into the floorboards, anxious to see if he had made the cut. Suddenly, the front doors were violently kicked open. Mirioliana Vermilion strode into the base, radiating intense, predatory heat. She didn't bother with a greeting. She held up a scroll bearing the royal seal. "Listen up, you lazy animals!" Mirioliana roared. "The Royal Knights have been selected. From the Black Bulls, the following members are coming with me: Asta, Noel Silva, Luck Voltia! Asta and Luck cheered, pumping their fists in the air. Noelle flipped her hair, trying to look dignified despite her massive smile. Mirioliana rolled up the scroll, her feral grin widening. And one more. The anomaly. Oliver. Oliver was sitting on the couch, reading a comic book. He didn't look up. I already told you, I'm not a fan of hiking. We aren't hiking, boy. Mirioliana laughed, stepping closer. The Eye of the Midnight Sun's base is a floating dungeon. Hidden in the Gravito Rock Zone. It is a flying fortress entirely saturated with chaotic mana and guarded by their strongest mages. We are going to kick the doors in and crush them. Oliver turned a page of his comic. Floating dungeon. So, no stairs. I guess that's acceptable. Yami walked out of the kitchen, holding a mug of coffee. Don't get cocky, kids. The Midnight Sun isn't going to roll over just because you have the crazy lioness leading you. Watch each other's backs. And Oliver, make sure Asta doesn't get himself killed. Oliver closed his comic book and stood up. I always do, Captain. At midnight, as the selected members packed their gear for the raid, the familiar chime echoed in Oliver's mind. System notification. Day 5673 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, concept. Magic, absolute spatial lock. Oliver smiled in the dark. Absolute spatial lock. He could entirely prevent any form of teleportation, spatial distortion, or portal creation within a massive radius. The Eye of the Midnight Sun loved to use spatial magic to escape when things got tough. Not this time, Oliver whispered to himself, tossing his travel bag over his shoulder. This time, nobody gets to run away. The next morning, the newly formed Royal Knights assembled at the edge of the Clover Kingdom. The group consisted of the elite from various squads, Yuno, Klaus and Mimosa from the Golden Dawn, Kirsch from the Coral Peacocks, Nozel Silva of the Silver Eagles, and several others. Mirioliana stood before them, wearing a custom white and gold cloak over her Crimson Lion uniform. She looked at the assembled knights, her eyes burning with the anticipation of war. Our objective is simple. Mirioliana declared, pointing toward the distant, floating rocks of the Gravito Zone. We infiltrate their base. We crush their leader, Licht. We retrieve the stolen magic stones. And we leave no one behind. The Royal Knights cheered, their mana flaring in unison. Oliver stood at the back of the group, wearing the white Royal Knight's cloak over his black bull's robe. He pulled a small bag of candy from his pocket and popped a lemon drop into his mouth. He looked up at the massive, ominous floating dungeon in the distance. His absolute information comprehension was already scanning the interior. He could feel the massive, sleeping souls of the elves waiting to be awakened. He could feel Patri's desperate, misguided ambition. Let's get this over with, Oliver mumbled. I want to be back in time for dinner. Chapter 38, The Floating Dungeon and the Locked Doors. The Gravito Rock Zone was a chaotic, unnatural marvel. Massive chunks of earth and stone floated endlessly in the air, defying gravity due to the intense, anomalous mana that saturated the region. In the very center of this floating debris field hovered the Eye of the Midnight Sun's base, a colossal, ancient dungeon carved directly into a floating mountain. Mirioliana stood on the edge of a cliff overlooking the massive structure, the wind whipping her fiery hair around her shoulders. She turned to the assembled royal knights, a feral, predatory smile on her face. Listen up! Mirioliana roared, her voice carrying easily over the rushing winds. This dungeon is a labyrinth. If we all go in through the front door, we'll be bottlenecked and ambushed. Therefore, we are splitting into small teams. We will breach the fortress from multiple points and converge in the center. Crush anyone who stands in your way. She began pointing at the knights, rapidly dividing them into teams of 3 or 4. Yuno, Klaus and Mimosa were grouped together. Nozel Silva took Noel and a few others. Mirioliana then turned her burning gaze toward the back of the group. Asta. Masked freak. And you, the lazy anomaly. You are with me. We are taking the absolute center route. Asta pumped his fists, his eyes practically shooting sparks. Yes, ma'am. I'll do my best. The masked mage, Zerx Lugner, who was actually Zora Ideal in disguise, scoffed, leaning against a rock. Great. I get babysitting duty with the loud kid, the crazy lioness, and the guy who looks like he's going to fall asleep standing up. Try not to drag me down. Oliver slowly blinked, pulling a small bag of gummy candies from his pocket. He popped a red one into his mouth. I'll do my best to stay entirely out of your way, mask guy. I'm just here for the exercise. Mirioliana didn't wait for further complaints. She crouched low, her mana flaring like a localized sun, and launched herself directly across the massive chasm toward the floating dungeon. Asta grabbed his Demon Slayer sword and followed suit, using the anti-magic to cut through the chaotic gravitational currents. Zora sighed, using his ash magic to propel himself forward. Oliver simply stepped off the cliff. He didn't use a spell to fly. He just adjusted his own spatial coordinates with a thought, casually walking across the empty air as if there were a perfectly solid, invisible bridge beneath his feet. The 4 of them landed directly in front of the massive, heavily fortified stone doors of the dungeon. Let me set a trap to blow the hinges, Zora muttered, reaching into his robe for his ash magic. Stand back. Mirioliana interrupted, completely ignoring him. She coated her fist in dense, roaring flames. Let me show you how a vermilion knocks. She punched the massive stone doors. The impact was deafening. The ancient, heavily reinforced bedrock entirely vaporized under the sheer heat and kinetic force of her blow, blowing a massive hole into the central corridor of the fortress. Subtlety is dead, Zora groaned, shaking his head. The moment the dust cleared, the blaring sound of magical alarms echoed through the dark, cavernous halls. Dozens of rogue mages wearing the white cloaks of the midnight sun swarmed the corridor, their grimoires glowing with hostile spells. Intruders! One of the rogues yelled. It's the Royal Knights! Kill them! Mirioliana laughed, a terrifying, joyful sound. Finally! Some exercise! She exploded forward, tearing through the rogue mages like a hurricane of fire. Asta was right behind her, his heavy sword deflecting the magical projectiles that slipped past Mirioliana's assault. Zora hung back, secretly setting explosive ash traps on the walls to cover their rear. Oliver walked casually in the center of the formation, his hands in his pockets, chewing on his gummy candies. He didn't need to lift a finger. Mirioliana and Asta were completely devastating the enemy ranks. Deep within the fortress, in a dark surveillance room, Valtos, the spatial mage of the Midnight Sun, watched the monitors with mounting panic. They breached the center faster than we anticipated, Valtos muttered, his hands trembling as he manipulated his spatial magic. That woman is a monster. I must separate them. I will open spatial pitfalls beneath their feet and drop them into the deepest, trap-filled lower levels. Valtos raised his hands, his grimoire glowing a dark purple. Spatial magic, blackout pit. Down in the corridor, right beneath Asta and Mirioliana's feet, the air began to warp. A massive, swirling black portal started to form, designed to swallow them whole. Asta! Mirioliana shouted, sensing the spatial distortion. Jump! But before either of them could leap away, Oliver sighed. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept. Magic, absolute spatial lock. Oliver didn't point. He didn't cast a visible spell. He simply imposed a new rule on reality within a 10-mile radius of his body. The swirling black portal beneath Asta's feet instantly shattered like brittle glass, the dark magic evaporating into nothingness. The spatial coordinates of the entire floating dungeon were instantly, permanently anchored. Asta blinked, looking down at the solid stone floor. Hey! The portal broke? Up in the surveillance room, Valtos screamed in agony. His grimoire violently slammed shut, sparking with magical backlash. He fell to his knees, clutching his chest. What is happening? Valtos gasped. My portals, they are completely blocked. I cannot open a single gateway. The space in this entire mountain is locked. Beside him, another rogue mage panicked. If we can't use spatial magic, we can't evacuate. We can't call for reinforcements. We are trapped in here with them. Down in the corridor, Miriolina looked back at Oliver. Her sharp instincts told her exactly what had just happened. She grinned widely. You locked the doors, anomaly? She asked, her eyes burning with approval. Oliver popped a green gummy into his mouth. They like to run away. It's annoying. I figured we should make sure they stay for the whole party. Zoro looked at Oliver, his visible eye widening slightly behind his mask. Wait. You just disabled all spatial magic in an entire floating dungeon? Without chanting? Without moving? Who the hell are you, kid? I'm the guy who wants to go home early, Oliver replied lazily. Keep punching, Captain. I think the boss room is just up ahead. Miriolina laughed again, launching herself further down the corridor. They tore through the remaining defenses, eventually arriving at massive, ornate double doors leading to the central chamber. Miriolina kicked the doors open, stepping into a vast, brilliantly lit cavern filled with ancient, glowing monoliths. Sitting lazily on a floating cushion in the center of the room, scratching the back of his head, was Raya the Disloyal, the last remaining active member of the Third Eye. Man, what a pain, Raya yawned, looking at the royal knights. I was having a really good dream, too. You Clover Knights are always so loud. Asta gripped his sword, his eyes narrowing. You're one of the leaders. We're taking you down. Miriolina stepped forward, the air around her instantly superheating. A member of the Third Eye. You possess incredible copied magic. I will enjoy burning it out of you. Raya smirked, his grimoire opening. He was confident. He had copied the magic of captains, spirits, and even licked himself. He slowly stood up, preparing to unleash a massive barrage of stolen spells. But then, his eyes drifted past Miriolina. He looked past Asta. He looked at the lazy boy standing in the back, wearing the black bull's robe, eating a gummy candy. Raya's smirk completely vanished. His lazy demeanor shattered. The color drained from his face entirely. He remembered the snow cave. He remembered reaching out to copy that boy's magic and touching an infinite, soul-crushing void that nearly broke his mind. Raya took a terrified step backward, his hands trembling. No, Raya whispered, his voice cracking with absolute panic. No, no, no. Not you. Why are you here? Lick said you were an anomaly. You aren't supposed to be here. Miriolina raised an eyebrow, looking from the terrified Third Eye member back to Oliver. You know this guy? She asked Oliver. Oliver shrugged, tying the little plastic bag of candy closed and putting it back into his pocket. We met briefly, Oliver said smoothly. I think he tried to pick my pocket. Raya swallowed hard, sweat pouring down his face. He looked at the walls, intending to use his copied spatial magic to instantly flee the continent. He cast the spell, throwing his hand out to open a portal. Nothing happened. Raya cast it again. Still. Nothing. The space is locked, Raya breathed. His heart pounding against his ribs. The realization of absolute despair crashed over him. He was trapped in a room with the Crimson Lioness and the Walking Void, and he had absolutely nowhere to run. Oliver offered a small, lazy smile. Nowhere to go, copycat, Oliver said. Quietly. You should probably just surrender. It's going to hurt a lot less. Chapter 39, The Copycat's Despair and the Crimson Lioness. Raya the Disloyal was a man who had lived 2 lives, and in neither of them had he ever felt the suffocating, absolute terror that currently gripped his soul. He backed up against the massive stone monolith, his copied spatial magic completely useless. The space was locked. He was trapped. And the monster who had locked it was just standing there, offering him a piece of candy. Surrender? Raya choked out, his eyes darting frantically between Oliver and the blazing Crimson Lioness. You think I am going to roll over for humans? For Clover Kingdom trash. Mereoleona Vermilion did not care about Raya's internal crisis. She cracked her knuckles, the air around her instantly warping from the sheer heat of her mana. Are you quite finished crying? Mereoleona roared, her feral grin widening. I don't care if you're scared of the anomaly. I am your opponent. Now show me this copied magic of yours, or I will burn you to ash where you stand. Mereoleona exploded forward, her fist cloaked in a massive, roaring lion's head of concentrated fire. Raya panicked, his grimoire flipping pages at blinding speed. Water creation magic, Aqua Leviathan. A massive serpent of water, copied directly from Nozel Silva's sibling, erupted to intercept the fire. Mereoleona didn't even slow down. Meaningless. She shouted, punching directly through the high-tier water spell. Her fire completely vaporized the water serpent on contact, creating a massive cloud of steam. Her fist connected with Raya's crossed arms, sending the third eye member crashing through a stone pillar. Asta watched with stars in his eyes. She punched water. She just punched water and it evaporated. Zora Ideal stood near the entrance, his arms crossed, his visible eye tracking the battle. She is a brute. Zora muttered. But her mana control is immaculate. She is using the ambient mana in the air to fuel her flames. It is the pinnacle of magical combat. Mana Zone. Oliver sat down on a relatively intact chunk of rubble, resting his chin in his hand. He watched the fight with mild interest. Raya was strong, and his ability to instantly copy and combine magic was terrifying. But Raya was currently fighting with one eye constantly fixed on Oliver, terrified that the lazy black bull was going to suddenly erase him from existence. Raya scrambled out of the rubble, coughing up blood. He raised his hands, combining 2 stolen spells. Light magic plus dark magic. Lightless slashing beam. A barrage of high speed, invisible slashes tore across the cavern, aimed directly at Mereoleona. It was a perfect, lethal combination of Captain Yami's and Lick's spells. But Mereoleona was already gone. Mana Zone, Mereoleona's voice echoed from everywhere at once. Raya looked up in horror. Mereoleona was floating in the air, completely surrounded by thousands of fiery, condensed lion paws. By controlling the mana in the air itself, she had turned the entire cavern into her own personal domain. Calidus Brachium Barrage. A meteor shower of flaming fists descended upon Raya. The third eye member screamed, desperately throwing up spatial shields, earth walls, and crystal barriers. But Mereoleona's fists smashed through every single copied defense as if they were made of paper. The sheer kinetic and thermal force of the attack pounded Raya into the bedrock, creating a massive, glowing crater in the center of the room. When the smoke cleared, Raya was lying at the bottom of the crater, his white cloak entirely burned away, his body severely charred and broken. He could not move. His massive mana reserves were completely depleted. Mereoleona landed on the edge of the crater, completely uninjured. Her fiery aura slowly faded, leaving only her terrifying, triumphant grin. "Is that all the third eye has to offer?" Mereoleona laughed. "How incredibly disappointing." Asta pumped his fists, cheering loudly. "Captain Mereoleona is amazing. She beat one of the strongest guys all by herself." Zora shook his head, pulling his mask down slightly to exhale. "Yet, she's a monster. But look at the guy in the crater. He wasn't even trying his hardest. He was holding back." Asta blinked, confused. "Holding back? Why would he do that?" Zora pointed a finger toward Oliver, who was currently yawning and stretching his arms. "Because he spent the entire fight watching the kid eat candy. He was so terrified of the black bull that he couldn't even focus on the lioness." Asta looked at Oliver, completely bewildered. "Oliver, did you do something to him before we got here?" Oliver stood up, dusting off his pants. "I just told him to surrender. I guess I have a very intimidating voice." Mereoleona walked over to the crater, reaching down to grab Raya by his hair. She pulled the defeated elf-possessed human up to eye level. "You are going to tell us everything, copycat," Mereoleona demanded. "Where is your leader? Where are the magic stones?" Raya coughed, a bloody, broken smile forming on his face. He didn't look at Mereoleona. He looked directly at Oliver. It's too late," Raya whispered, his eyes glazing over with a fanatical, desperate devotion. "You might have locked the space in this dungeon. You might be an impossible anomaly. But you cannot stop what has already been set in motion. The stones are in place. The spell is complete." Suddenly, a massive, blinding column of golden light erupted from the deepest level of the dungeon, tearing straight through the floating mountain and shooting up into the sky. The ground violently shook. The air pressure in the cavern dropped drastically, replaced by an overwhelming, terrifyingly dense wave of ancient mana. "What is that?" Asta yelled, covering his eyes from the blinding light. Zora stepped back, his ash magic flaring defensively. "This mana, it's completely different. It's suffocating." Oliver didn't cover his eyes. He looked through the golden light, his absolute information comprehension rapidly processing the massive shift in reality. Patri had succeeded. He had placed the final magic stone into the Sephiroth monument. The forbidden reincarnation spell, cast by the Devil's Agred centuries ago, was fully activating. All across the Clover Kingdom, the souls of the slaughtered elf tribe were forcibly awakening, taking complete control of the human bodies they had been latently attached to. In the crater, Raya's body began to glow with the same golden light. His wounds instantly healed. His physical form underwent a rapid transformation, his ears lengthening, his facial markings glowing with a brilliant, blinding intensity. The human Raya was gone. The true elf Raya had fully awakened. Raya's eyes snapped open. The terror that had clouded his mind just moments before was entirely wiped away, replaced by the absolute, overwhelming pride and malice of a reincarnated elf. His mana capacity had just tripled. Raya floated into the air, effortlessly breaking Mereoleona's grip. He looked down at the Clover Knights, his voice now layered with an ancient, resonant echo. "The time of humanity is over," Raya declared. "We have returned to reclaim our world." Mereoleona narrowed her eyes, her fiery aura roaring back to life. "I don't care if you got a power boost. I will just beat you down again." She lunged forward, throwing another massive, fiery punch directly at Raya's face. But Raya didn't dodge. He simply raised a finger. Light magic, sword of conviction. A massive, hypercondensed blade of Light magic swung downward at blinding speed, completely shattering Mereoleona's fire and slicing a deep gash into her shoulder. Mereoleona grunted in pain, forced backward by the sheer kinetic force of the attack. "Captain!" Asta yelled, drawing his demon slayer sword and rushing forward. But before Asta could reach her, the walls of the cavern violently exploded. Stepping through the rubble were 3 more figures, all glowing with the exact same golden, ancient light. One of them was Klaus, from the Golden Dawn. Another was Haman, the glass mage. The third was Ril Boismortier, the captain of the Aqua Deer. But their eyes were completely blank, their faces twisted with an ancient, murderous hatred. They were no longer magic knights. They were reincarnated elves. Asta stopped in his tracks, his heart sinking as he looked at his friends. "Klaus? Haman? What are you doing?" "It's me, Asta." They did not answer. Klaus raised his grimoire, his steel magic forming into massive, lethal lances pointed directly at Asta's heart. "Kill the humans," the elf-possessing Klaus stated coldly. Zora clicked his tongue, his face paling under his mask. "We are completely surrounded by monsters. And they have the bodies of our allies. How are we supposed to fight this?" Oliver watched the elves prepare their lethal barrage. He reached into his pocket, his fingers wrapping around the smooth metal of his pocket watch. He knew this was the turning point of the war. He knew Mereoleona would normally stay behind to fight them all, nearly dying in the process to let Asta escape. Oliver sighed, taking a step forward. He placed himself directly between the reincarnated elves and his squad mates. "You guys are really ruining a perfectly good Tuesday," Oliver said, his voice cutting clearly through the roar of their massive mana. Elf Raya sneered, pointing a finger at Oliver. "The anomaly. Your presence offends the natural order. We will erase you first." Oliver smiled lazily. "I'd like to see you try." Oliver replied. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept magic, absolute vector lock. Target, ambient mana. The real fight was about to begin. Chapter 40, The stagnant air and the unbothered brawler. The cavernous room inside the floating dungeon was thick with the suffocating, ancient mana of the reincarnated elves. Raya, Klaus, Haman, and Ril stood before the Clover Knights, their golden eyes glowing with absolute malice. They were the chosen ones, the souls loved by the world's mana itself. "Die, humans," the elf-possessing Klaus stated, thrusting his hands forward to unleash a barrage of massive, spiraling steel lances. Haman raised his grimoire, summoning a wave of razor-sharp, translucent glass blades. Raya prepared a high-speed light magic strike. And Ril Boismortier, possessed by the elf Lyra, gleefully began to paint a monstrous, multi-headed dragon on his canvas. 4 devastating, captain-level attacks were launched simultaneously, all aimed directly at the lazy black bull standing in the center of the room. But the attacks never reached him. The moment the elves cast their spells, the massive constructs of steel, glass, light, and paint hit an invisible, impenetrable wall. But it wasn't a shield. It was the complete, violent cessation of movement. Klaus's steel lances stopped dead in mid-air, losing all momentum, and dropped to the stone floor with a heavy clatter. Haman's glass blades shattered under their own suspended weight. Raya's light beam simply flickered and died, unable to travel through the space. Ril's painted dragon peeled off the canvas, only to freeze instantly, hovering like a pathetic, lifeless statue. The elves blinked in absolute, horrifying confusion. They tried to draw upon the massive ambient mana in the cavern to fuel their next attacks, the way elves naturally did. But the mana refused to answer. The air itself felt dead, heavy, and completely unmoving. "What is this?" Raya gasped, looking at his hands. "The mana of the world, it isn't flowing. It's completely stagnant." Klaus gritted his teeth, trying to force his internal magic outward, but the atmospheric pressure of the locked vectors pushed back with an impossible weight. We are elves. We are loved by mana. Why isn't it responding to us? Oliver kept his hands in his pockets, offering a lazy, entirely unbothered smile. It might love you, Oliver said smoothly. But it listens to me. I locked the vectors of all the ambient mana in this room. You can't draw from it, you can't push it, and you can't throw it at us. Welcome to the no magic zone. Zora Ideal stood in the back, his jaw dropping beneath his mask. You froze the mana in the air. That means no one can cast atmospheric spells. That completely nullifies their advantage. But wait, Asta realized, looking at Mereoleona. Captain. If the ambient mana is locked, you can't use your mana zone. Mereoleona Vermilion stood perfectly still for a fraction of a second. She reached out, feeling the heavy, stagnant air. She couldn't gather the fire from the atmosphere. Her most powerful technique was entirely disabled. She looked at Oliver, then looked at the terrified elves. Suddenly, Mereoleona threw her head back and let out a booming, echoing roar of pure, feral laughter. You think I need the air to throw a punch? Mereoleona shouted, her feral grin returning with twice the intensity. A true warrior doesn't rely on the world to fight their battles. If I can't use the outside mana, I will just burn everything from the inside out. Mereoleona exploded forward. Without mana zone, she couldn't fly, and she couldn't launch ranged barrages. But her internal mana reserves were monstrous, and her physical martial arts were unmatched in the Clover Kingdom. She closed the distance to Raya in a fraction of a second. The elf tried to raise his arms to block, but his enhanced speed was nothing compared to the Crimson Lioness fighting purely on instinct and physical power. Mereoleona's fist, coated in a thin but intensely hot layer of internal fire, slammed directly into Raya's stomach. The impact cracked the stone floor beneath them. Raya coughed up a massive amount of blood, his eyes rolling back into his head as he instantly lost consciousness, folding over her arm like a rag doll. One down. Mereoleona laughed, tossing the unconscious Third Eye member aside. Asta watched her, his eyes shining with absolute awe. She's right. If there's no outside magic, this is just a fist fight. And I don't even have mana to begin with. Asta gripped his heavy Demon Slayer sword, sprinting toward the elf possessing Klaus. Klaus tried to summon a steel wall, but without the ambient mana, the spell was incredibly slow and fragile. I'm sorry, Klaus. Asta yelled, leaping into the air. But I'm going to knock some sense into you. Asta swung the flat, broad side of his heavy sword like a massive baseball bat. The anti-magic blade cleanly shattered Klaus's weak steel shield and slammed into the side of the elf's head. Klaus spun like a top before crashing face first into the bedrock, completely knocked out. Haman panicked, stepping back and raising his grimoire, but Asta was already there, delivering a perfectly placed, non-lethal strike to the glass mage's stomach, dropping him next to Klaus. I got them. Asta cheered, panting slightly. They're asleep, but they're alive. Across the room, the elf Lyra, possessing the body of Captain Rilbois Mortier, stared at his fallen comrades. His expression wasn't one of fear, but of profound, artistic annoyance. This is a terrible canvas, Lyra pouted, throwing his paintbrush onto the floor. The paint won't move. The subjects are boring. You humans have completely ruined my masterpiece. Lyra gathered his massive internal elf mana, deciding that if he couldn't use the air, he would simply detonate his own magical reserves in a massive, point-blank explosion of chaotic paint. I will just erase this entire room and start over. Lyra yelled, glowing with a dangerous, unstable rainbow light. Zora cursed, taking a step back. He's going to blow himself up. And he has a captain's mana pool on top of an elf's. If he does that, the kid's body won't survive. Oliver sighed. Before Lyra could release the explosion, Oliver simply walked forward. He didn't run. He just strolled through the locked, heavy air as if he were walking through a park. He bypassed the unstable rainbow aura radiating from the possessed captain without even feeling the heat. Oliver stopped directly in front of Lyra. Lyra blinked, looking up at the lazy teenager. How did you get through my aura? I'm painting destruction. Oliver slowly pulled his right hand out of his pocket. He raised his hand, curled his fingers, and delivered a swift, precise flick directly to Lyra's forehead. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept magic, absolute purge. Target, conscious awareness. The flick made a loud, satisfying thwack sound. Lyra's eyes instantly crossed. The unstable rainbow explosion fizzled out completely. The possessed captain swayed on his feet for a second, muttered something about the colors being too loud, and then collapsed flat on his back, snoring softly. Oliver put his hand back into his pocket. Masterpiece cancelled, Oliver said lazily. The massive central cavern fell entirely silent. Mereoleona, Asta, and Zora stood among the unconscious bodies of 4 captain-level elven threats. The battle, which should have been an absolute, apocalyptic slaughter, had ended in less than 2 minutes. Zora slowly walked out from his hiding spot, his boots crunching on the broken stone. He looked at Oliver, shaking his head in absolute disbelief. I officially quit trying to understand what you are, Zora muttered. You disabled the magic of the entire room, let the crazy fire lady punch the leader. And then flicked a magic knight captain to sleep. What is your squad feeding you? Pancakes, mostly, Oliver replied, walking over to Klaus and Haman. Hey, Asta, grab some rope. We should probably tie these guys up before they wake up and try to paint us again. Asta nodded frantically, pulling a length of heavy magical binding rope from his gear pack. Right. We have to secure them so we can figure out how to undo the reincarnation spell. Mereoleona cracked her neck, stepping over Raya's body. She looked entirely unsatisfied. That was far too quick, Mereoleona grumbled. I didn't even get to warm up properly. If all these reincarnated elves rely so heavily on the world's mana, this raid is going to be a walk in the park. Oliver waved his hand, completely dropping the absolute vector lock on the ambient mana. The air instantly felt lighter, the natural flow of the dungeon's magic returning to normal. Don't get too comfortable, Captain, Oliver said, looking up toward the massive, jagged ceiling of the cavern. They were just the welcoming committee. The guy who caused all this is still up there. And I have a feeling he isn't going to care about ambient mana. Mereoleona's feral grin returned. Perfect. Let us go find the leader. I have a lot of built-up frustration to burn off. As Asta finished tying up his possessed friends, Oliver pulled his pocket watch out. They were making excellent time. If they hurried, he could still make it back to the base for a late-night snack. Let's keep moving, Oliver said, stepping over a piece of rubble and heading toward the massive stone staircase leading to the upper levels of the floating dungeon. And try to keep the noise down. I have a headache. Chapter 41, The Rainbow and the Shadow Gate. The stone staircase leading to the highest tier of the floating dungeon was unnervingly quiet. After the chaotic, explosive battle in the central cavern, the silence felt heavy, pressing down on the Clover Knights like a physical weight. Mereoleona Vermilion led the charge, her fiery aura illuminating the dark, spiraling steps. Asta followed closely behind, his heavy demon slayer sword resting comfortably on his shoulder. Zora Ideal dragged his feet, muttering under his breath about how he hated climbing stairs and fighting monsters. Oliver walked at the very back, taking slow, deliberate steps. He was currently trying to solve a small, handheld wooden puzzle cube he had found in his pocket. He completely ignored the crushing, ancient mana radiating from the floor above them. They finally reached a massive, intricately carved archway. Mereoleona didn't hesitate. She kicked the remaining stone doors inward, stepping into a vast, open-air observatory at the absolute peak of the floating mountain. In the center of the room stood a colossal, glowing stone monument, the Sephiroth. Embedded within it were the stolen magic stones, pulsing with a blinding, golden light that connected the dungeon to the heavens. Standing before the monument, bathed in the radiant glow, was Patry. He wore the face and body of William Van Jans, but his eyes were filled with an ancient, deeply rooted sorrow and absolute, unwavering conviction. "You have come far, humans," Patry said, his voice echoing with a divine, otherworldly resonance. "But you are too late. The reincarnation is complete. My brethren are waking up across your kingdom. This world will be cleansed of your greed and malice." Asta stepped forward, his green eyes burning with determination. "Give Captain Van Jans his body back. And stop possessing my friends. We can talk about this. We don't have to kill each other." Patry looked at Asta with profound pity. "You speak of peace, yet your ancestors slaughtered my people on our wedding day. There is no talk. There is only justice." Mereoleona scoffed, the air around her instantly superheating into a localized inferno. "Justice? Revenge? I do not care about your ancient history. You attacked my kingdom. You dragged my brother into a coma. I am going to burn that smug look off your face." Mereoleona exploded forward, crossing the massive observatory in a fraction of a second. She launched a devastating, concentrated flaming fist directly at Patry's chest. Patry did not flinch. Light magic, light swords of conviction. He moved at the literal speed of light. Before Mereoleona's fist could connect, Patry was gone, reappearing high above her. A dozen massive, glowing swords of condensed light shot downward, aiming to pin the Crimson Lioness to the floor. Mereoleona roared, spinning in midair and unleashing a torrent of fire that completely incinerated the light swords. She used the explosive force of her own flames to propel herself higher, clashing directly with Patry in the sky. Asta tried to track their movements, but it was impossible. The observatory ceiling was a blur of roaring crimson fire and blinding golden flashes. The shockwaves from their blows shattered the stone pillars around the room. "They're too fast!" Asta yelled, gripping his sword. "I can't even see an opening." Zora gritted his teeth, setting ash traps near the entrance. "Don't jump in blindly. Loudmouth. That elf is matching a vermilion in raw speed. If you get caught in that crossfire, you'll be cut to ribbons." Oliver finally solved his wooden puzzle cube. He clicked the last piece into place, letting out a satisfied sigh, and shoved the toy back into his pocket. He looked up at the high-speed aerial battle. Patry was incredibly fast, but Mereoleona was fighting purely on primal instinct. Every time Patry tried to create distance to cast a large-scale spell, Mereoleona was already there, forcing him into close-quarters combat where her physical strength dominated. Patry gritted his teeth, a thin line of blood trailing from his lip where a glancing blow had scorched him. This human woman. She fights like a wild beast. She is completely ignoring the pain of her burns just to land a strike. Patry realized he could not defeat her in a fist fight. He needed to eradicate the entire area. Light magic, arrows of divine punishment. Patry poured a massive amount of his elven mana into the sky above the observatory. Millions of microscopic, hypercondensed needles of light materialized, forming a glowing, apocalyptic cloud that covered the entire peak of the mountain. It was an unavoidable, omnidirectional attack designed to pierce the flesh of everyone in the room simultaneously. Mereoleona looked up, her eyes narrowing. She could burn the arrows directly above her, but she couldn't protect Asta and Zora from that sheer volume of attacks. "Disappear, humans," Patry declared coldly, dropping his hand. The rain of light fell. Zora cursed, wrapping himself in an ash cocoon. Asta braced himself, raising his broadsword to cover his head. Oliver casually stepped forward. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept magic, absolute refraction. Oliver didn't create a shield. He didn't lock the space. He simply altered the physical properties of the light itself. As the millions of lethal light arrows rained down upon them, they hit an invisible, localized prism field surrounding Oliver and his squad mates. The moment the destructive light magic entered the field, it violently refracted. The lethal energy was entirely dispersed. The blinding, deadly needles of light harmlessly split into their base color spectrums. Instead of being impaled by divine punishment, Asta, Zora, and Mirioliana were suddenly showered in a gentle, beautiful display of harmless, floating rainbows. The colors danced across the stone floor, completely illuminating the dark observatory with a soft, festive glow. Asta opened his eyes, blinking in confusion as a small rainbow landed on the tip of his nose. "What? It's not hot. It tickles." Zora lowered his arms, staring at the pretty colors floating around his ash traps. "You have got to be kidding me." High in the air, Patry froze entirely. His ultimate area of effect spell, fueled by the boundless mana of his elven soul, had just been turned into a children's light show. He looked down at the source of the anomaly. He saw the lazy black bull standing there, his hands in his pockets, completely unbothered by the divine judgment that had just failed. "What did you do to my light?" Patry whispered, his ancient composure cracking. "Who are you?" "I'm not a fan of bright lights," Oliver said smoothly, his voice carrying perfectly across the silent room. "They hurt my eyes. You should really dim it down." Mirioliana did not waste the opportunity. While Patry was paralyzed by absolute confusion, the Crimson Lioness appeared directly behind him, her entire body cloaked in a massive, roaring inferno. "Never take your eyes off your opponent!" Mirioliana roared. She delivered a devastating, two-handed hammer strike directly to the back of Patry's head. The impact was monumental. Patry was shot out of the sky like a falling meteor, crashing headfirst into the stone floor right at the base of the Sephiroth monument. The ground cratered heavily around him, dust and debris completely burying the elf leader. Mirioliana landed gracefully, panting slightly, a massive, feral grin on her face. "That is for my brother, you glowing insect!" Asta cheered, pumping his sword into the air. "We got him! The leader is down!" But Oliver didn't smile. His absolute information comprehension was blaring a silent, massive warning in his mind. The mana in the room wasn't fading. It was twisting. Patry lay in the crater, his body broken, his mind spiraling into absolute, crushing despair. He had gathered the stones. He had awakened his people. But he had been defeated by humans. The injustice of it all shattered his fragile psyche. From the shadows of the room, a dark, viscous, incredibly sinister mana began to leak. It did not come from Patry. It came from the Sephiroth monument itself. The golden light of the magic stones suddenly turned pitch black. A voice, entirely devoid of emotion and dripping with ancient, demonic malice, echoed through the chamber. "You have done well, Patry. You played your part perfectly." The space beneath the monument tore open, not like a portal, but like a festering wound in reality. A massive, swirling gateway of dark, heavy liquid materialized, radiating an aura so terrifying that even Mirioliana took a step back, her fire flickering defensively. "What is that?" Zora gasped, his knees trembling. "That isn't elf magic. That feels like death." The Shadow Palace, Oliver muttered, his eyes narrowing slightly. The gateway between the living world and the underworld. From the dark liquid of the gateway, a figure began to slowly rise. It was a tall, shadowy entity with massive black wings, a twisted, grinning face, and an aura of pure, unadulterated evil. Zagred, the word soul devil, had finally arrived to claim his prize. As the devil's terrifying presence completely suffocated the room, the midnight chime rang clearly in Oliver's mind. System notification. Day 5674 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, Concept Magic, Absolute Conceptual Severance. Oliver checked the new skill. It was the ability to permanently cut the connection between any entity and its conceptual power source. It was the perfect tool for fighting a devil who commanded words. Oliver pulled his hands out of his pockets, a rare, genuinely serious expression crossing his face. "You guys might want to step back," Oliver said to his squad mates. "This guy doesn't play by the rules. And neither do I." Chapter 42, The Word Soul and the Severed Tongue. The oppressive, suffocating mana of the underworld flooded the massive observatory, dropping the temperature in the room to a chilling, unnatural freeze. The entity that rose from the dark, liquid gateway was a nightmare made flesh. Zagred, the word soul devil, possessed a towering, asymmetrical body, leathery black wings, and a sinister, jagged grin that stretched far too wide across his face. 500 years, Zagred hissed, his voice grating against the ears of everyone in the room like rusted iron. It has been a very long wait. But the plan was executed perfectly. Patry lay broken in the crater, his golden eyes wide with shock. He looked at the demonic entity, his mind struggling to comprehend the sheer, concentrated evil radiating from it. Who are you?" Patry gasped, clutching his chest. "Where is Licht?" Zagred laughed, a sound so vile it made Zora take an involuntary step backward. "Licht? Oh, you poor, foolish elf. Licht is dead. He died 500 years ago. And do you know who killed him? Do you know who manipulated the human royals into slaughtering your entire tribe on that pathetic wedding day?" Patry's breath hitched. The golden light radiating from his body began to violently flicker. "No. The humans betrayed us. It was me." Zagred cackled, pointing a long, clawed finger at himself. "I whispered in the ears of the greedy royals. I cast the reincarnation spell using your despair. I set you up to gather the magic stones so I could finally cross over into the living world. You humans and elves, you are nothing but playthings for my amusement." The absolute, crushing truth hit Patry like a physical blow. The last 500 years of his existence, the hatred, the vengeance, the slaughter of innocent people, the manipulation of William Vengeance, all of it had been a lie. He had been dancing on the strings of a devil to destroy his own world. A horrifying, guttural scream ripped from Patry's throat. The golden, divine mana of his elven soul instantly shattered, corrupted by pure, unadulterated despair. His grimoire turned a sickly, dark purple. The white sclera of his eyes turned pitch black. "Dark elf," Zagred smiled, watching the transformation. "Beautiful. The despair of an elf is truly a delicacy. Now, go. Kill the remaining humans for me." Dark elf Patry lost all sense of reasoning. He was nothing but a feral beast of dark light magic. He shrieked, instantly launching a massive, erratic barrage of dark light swords in every direction. Mereoleona Vermilion, her fiery aura blazing to life, stepped in front of the feral elf. "I don't care about your tragic backstory," she roared, her fists igniting. "You want to throw a tantrum? I will beat it out of you." Mereoleona engaged the rampaging dark elf, their high-speed clash of fire and dark light instantly moving toward the ceiling of the cavern. Zagred watched them go, completely unbothered. He then turned his jagged grin toward Asta, Zora, and Oliver. "Now then," the devil purred. "Let us clean up this room." Iron spears. Zagred did not cast a spell. He did not open his grimoire. He simply spoke the words. Instantly, out of thin air, dozens of massive, razor-sharp iron spears materialized and shot directly toward the Clover Knights. It was Kotodama, word soul magic. Whatever the devil commanded, reality was forced to obey. Asta sprinted forward, his demon slayer sword swinging in a massive arc. The anti-magic blade cleanly cleaved through the iron spears, erasing the physical constructs before they could impale Zora. Anti-magic? Zagred raised an eyebrow, his grin widening. "How interesting. The power of my brethren rests in that filthy sword. Let us see how much it can protect you." Shatter. The stone floor beneath Asta's feet violently exploded, entirely devoid of any magical warning. Asta was thrown into the air, coughing up dust. "Crush him," Zagred commanded smoothly. An invisible, overwhelming kinetic force slammed into Asta from above, smashing him back down into the bedrock. Asta grunted in agony, the sheer pressure threatening to break his newly healed arms. Zora gritted his teeth, throwing a barrage of ash traps toward the devil. "Burn," Zagred said lazily. The ash traps instantly incinerated themselves mid-air, completely nullified by the spoken command. "It's impossible!" Zora yelled, his visible eye wide with panic. "His magic doesn't have a casting time. He just says it, and it happens. We can't counter reality itself." Oliver casually stepped over a piece of broken stone, walking past Zora and the pinned Asta. He stopped a few feet away from the towering devil, his hands still tucked deep into his pockets. "It's a neat trick," Oliver said, his voice entirely flat. "But you talk too much." Zagred looked down at the lazy teenager. His demonic instincts did not scream in terror like the elves or the human mages. Zagred was a creature of the underworld, arrogant and completely secure in his absolute superiority. He looked at Oliver and saw nothing but a magicless human. "A peasant without a drop of mana dares to speak to me?" Zagred sneered. "Die!" The command was absolute. It was a direct order to the life force within Oliver's body to instantly cease. Oliver didn't blink. He didn't fall over. He just stood there, looking mildly annoyed. Zagred frowned. The word had been spoken. The magic had been cast. But the human was still breathing. "I said, die," Zagred repeated, putting more heavy, demonic mana into the command. Oliver sighed. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept magic. Absolute conceptual severance. Target, Zagred's connection to the concept of Kotodama magic. Oliver slowly pulled his right hand out of his pocket. He didn't cast a massive spell. He just made a subtle, cutting motion with his index and middle fingers, like a pair of scissors snipping a thread. The effect was instantaneous, entirely invisible, and completely irreversible. Zagred felt a sudden, bizarre emptiness in his throat. It wasn't physical pain. It was the complete, violent absence of the very power that defined his existence. "You should really learn to shut up," Oliver said smoothly. Zagred glared at the boy, his demonic rage flaring. He opened his mouth to cast a massive, apocalyptic spell. "Vaporize!" Zagred roared. The devil pointed a clawed hand at Oliver. He waited for the massive explosion of energy. He waited for the room to be erased. Nothing happened. The air remained perfectly still. The stone floor did not crack. The command simply echoed off the walls like normal, non-magical speech. Zagred's eyes widened. He looked at his hands, then back at Oliver. Impale! Zagred shouted. Nothing. Tear apart. Burn. Eviscerate. Nothing. Not a single spark of magic. Not a single shift in reality. The words were just words, completely stripped of their soul and power. What is this? Zagred gasped, his voice losing its terrifying resonance, suddenly sounding incredibly normal and deeply panicked. My Kotodama, it won't manifest. The words are empty. Oliver put his hand back into his pocket. I severed your connection to word soul magic. You can scream all you want, but the universe isn't listening to you anymore. You're just a really ugly guy with wings now. Zagred backed away from the boy, true, unadulterated fear finally piercing his demonic arrogance. This was impossible. He was a high-ranking devil. His magic was absolute. No mortal could simply turn it off. You! Zagred shrieked, his face twisting into a mask of desperate rage. I will tear you apart with my bare hands. Zagred lunged forward, his physical strength still vastly superior to a normal human's. He reached out with his massive claws, intending to rip Oliver in half. But as soon as Zagred moved, the crushing kinetic force holding Asta to the floor vanished. Asta sprang to his feet, his right arm entirely covered in thick, flowing black anti-magic. His single demonic wing flared to life, and his right eye glowed blood red. You manipulated everyone. Asta roared, his voice carrying the heavy, demonic resonance of the anti-magic devil inside his grimoire. You caused all this pain. I'm not going to let you get away with it. Asta moved faster than Zagred could track. He launched himself into the air, gripping the heavy demon slayer sword with both hands, the dark anti-magic trailing behind him like a comet. Zagred turned, raising his arms to block the physical strike. But without his Kotodama magic to reinforce his body or deflect the attack, he was entirely vulnerable. Black meteorite! Asta screamed. The massive, rusted blade slammed directly into Zagred's chest. The anti-magic cleanly cleaved through the devil's tough hide, entirely rejecting the otherworldly biology of the underworld. Zagred let out a deafening, agonizing shriek as the sword passed completely through his torso. The demonic entity crashed to the stone floor, his body violently bisected, dark blood pooling around him. The devil lay on the ground, his body rapidly beginning to dissolve into black ash. He stared up at the ceiling of the observatory, his mind entirely broken by the impossibility of his defeat. Defeated, by a magicless brat, and a boy who cuts concepts. Zagred whispered, his voice fading into nothingness. How entirely absurd! With a final hiss of evaporating dark mana, Zagred, the word soul devil, completely dissolved into ash, erased from the living world. Asta landed heavily on his feet, his black form instantly dissipating. He fell to his knees, panting violently, completely drained of energy. We actually got him, Asta wheezed, looking at the pile of black ash. Zora walked over, kicking the ash with his boot. I don't know what kind of nightmare logic you operate on, kid, Zora said, looking at Oliver. But I am very, very glad you are on our side. Oliver just yawned, looking up at the ceiling where Mirioliana was still relentlessly pummeling the dark elf Patri. Yet, well, Oliver mumbled. He was being annoying. Oliver looked down at the massive, dark, liquid gateway, still swirling beneath the Sephiroth monument. The devil was dead, but the Shadow Palace was still open, and the elves across the Clover Kingdom were still actively reincarnated and currently destroying the capital. We still have a mess to clean up, Oliver said, pulling out his pocket watch. And we need to figure out how to wake those elves up without killing our friends. Before Asta could reply, the dark liquid of the Shadow Palace gate violently bubbled. The massive, towering roots of a gigantic magical tree suddenly erupted from the gate, piercing the ceiling of the floating dungeon and tearing the entire room apart. Oliver sighed, dodging a massive falling boulder with a completely unbothered sidestep. "I guess the tree wants to play now," Oliver muttered. "This is turning into a very long Tuesday." Chapter 43, The Demon Destroyer and the Prune Tree. The observatory was rapidly tearing itself apart. The massive, twisted roots erupting from the Shadow Palace gateway surged upward like angry tentacles, violently smashing through the bedrock and obliterating the ancient pillars. The floating dungeon groaned under the immense structural strain as the magical tree sought to anchor itself to the living world. Oliver stood near the edge of the crater, completely unbothered by the apocalyptic destruction. A massive chunk of the stone ceiling plummeted directly toward his head. He didn't even look up. He just took a casual half-step to the left, letting the boulder smash harmlessly into the floor right next to him. High above the collapsing floor, Myrioliana Vermilion was having the time of her life. The Crimson Lioness was a blur of roaring fire, completely ignoring the massive tree roots swinging around her. She focused entirely on Dark Elf Patry, who was shrieking fiercely, firing erratically aimed blasts of dark light magic in a feral frenzy. "You rely too much on your speed, glowing boy," Myrioliana roared, catching a dark light sword with her bare, fire-coated hand and crushing it into sparks. "When you lose your mind, your attacks become entirely predictable." Myrioliana pushed off a falling piece of debris, launching herself directly above Patry. She gathered a massive amount of condensed, blinding heat into both of her fists. Calidus Brachium Purgatory. She unleashed a devastating, concentrated barrage of flaming strikes. The sheer thermal and kinetic force completely overwhelmed Patry's erratic defenses. The dark elf shrieked in pain as the intense fire burned away his dark aura. Myrioliana delivered a final, brutal axe kick directly to Patry's chest, sending him plummeting out of the sky. Patry crashed into the floor of the observatory, skidding across the broken stone and coming to a violently abrupt halt near Asta's boots. Asta raised his demon slayer sword, ready to defend himself, but Patry didn't get up. The elf lay on his back, twitching. The dark, corrupted mana of the underworld was actively eating away at his soul, completely consuming him in absolute, mindless despair. "He's completely lost it," Zora Ideal muttered, walking over while keeping a wary eye on the massive tree roots tearing through the walls. "The devil's magic corrupted his elf soul. Even if you hit him with your anti-magic sword, Loudmouth, you'll just erase his current spells. You can't erase a curse that is deeply rooted in a soul." Asta gritted his teeth. "There has to be a way to save him. He was manipulated. I want to talk to Captain Van Jans." As Asta stepped closer to the convulsing dark elf, a massive, thick tree root suddenly burst through the floor directly beneath the Sephiroth monument. The ancient stone structure completely shattered, sending glowing rubble flying across the room. From the center of the shattered monument, a strange, dark object was thrown into the air, landing heavily in the dust right in front of Asta. It was a sword. It was shorter than Asta's massive demon slayer and completely coated in grime and rust, with the clover symbol etched deeply into the base of the blade. Asta blinked, looking down at the weapon. The moment he laid eyes on it, his five-leaf grimoire began to violently vibrate. The heavy, dark anti-magic inside the book reached out, actively pulling the rusted sword toward him. Asta reached down and grabbed the hilt. The moment his fingers wrapped around the handle, a massive surge of anti-magic purged the rust and grime from the blade. Asta's eyes widened as the sword's unique property completely flooded into his mind. This wasn't just a sword that cut magic. It was a sword that severed the bonds of cause and effect. "The Demon Destroyer sword," Asta whispered, perfectly understanding the weapon's purpose. Asta didn't hesitate. He raised the Demon Destroyer high above his head. The blade glowed with a dense, heavy black aura. "I'm taking our captain back," Asta yelled. He swung the sword down, gently tapping the flat of the blade directly against Patri's chest. Causality break. A massive, brilliant pulse of anti-magic erupted from the sword, completely washing over the dark elf. The effect was instantaneous and absolute. The dark, corrupted mana of the underworld was violently forcibly detached from Patri's soul. The black, festering despair was erased, its very cause and effect completely nullified. Patri gasped, his back arching off the floor. The dark purple aura completely dissolved into nothingness. The black sclera of his eyes faded, returning to their bright, golden color. Patri lay on the ground, breathing heavily. His mind, which had been trapped in a terrifying void of mindless hatred, was suddenly completely clear. He slowly sat up, clutching his head. He looked at his hands. He looked at Asta, who was grinning widely, holding his new, incredibly cool sword. Then, Patri looked to the side. He saw the small pile of black ash resting on the broken stone floor. The remains of Zagred. The memory of the devil's confession crashed over Patri like a tidal wave. The devil had manipulated the humans. The devil had caused the massacre. Lick's death, the despair of his tribe, his entire 500-year crusade for revenge. It was all a complete, meticulously orchestrated lie. Patri fell to his knees. He covered his face with his hands, and the proud, vengeful leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun began to violently, hysterically weep. We killed so many," Patri sobbed, his voice breaking with absolute, crushing guilt. "I hurt William. I hurt innocent people. All for a lie. I am a monster." Mereoleona landed softly next to Asta, her fiery aura dissipating. She looked down at the weeping elf, her expression entirely devoid of sympathy. "Save your tears, glowing boy," Mereoleona commanded sharply. "The devil is dead, but your little reincarnation spell is still active. Your elf friends are currently tearing my kingdom apart. If you want to grovel, you can do it after you help us fix this mess." Patri sniffled, wiping his eyes. He looked up at Mereoleona, nodding slowly. "Yes. Yes, you are right. We must undo the spell. My light magic, combined with the boy's new anti-magic sword, can break the reincarnation across the entire kingdom." Patri slowly stood up, looking at the massive, twisting tree roots that were currently completely devouring the observatory. "But we have a larger problem," Patri said, his voice trembling as he pointed at the gateway. "The Shadow Palace is fully connected to the living world. This tree will consume the floating dungeon, then it will spread to the capital, draining the life force of everything it touches. We cannot leave until the gateway is closed." Zora groaned, throwing his hands in the air. "Great! So we have to chop down a giant, immortal, life-draining magic tree before we can go save the kingdom. Does anyone have a really big axe?" Oliver walked over, chewing on the last gummy candy from his bag. He looked up at the massive, endlessly growing roots tearing through the ceiling. "I don't have an axe," Oliver said lazily. "But I do have a pair of conceptual scissors." Oliver stopped directly in front of the thickest, central root of the massive magical tree. He completely ignored the heavy, draining mana radiating from the bark. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept magic, absolute conceptual severance. Target, the Shadow Palace tree's connection to the concept of growth. Oliver pulled his right hand from his pocket. He raised his index and middle fingers, making a simple, casual snipping motion in the air. The effect was utterly silent and absolutely catastrophic to the magical flora. The massive tree, which had been violently expanding and crushing stone just a millisecond prior, instantly froze. The roots stopped writhing. The thick vines stopped creeping. The ominous, life-draining pulse radiating from the bark completely vanished. The entire colossal structure of the Shadow Palace tree instantly turned pale, completely petrifying into a massive, harmless, dead statue of dry wood. The floating dungeon went completely silent, save for the sound of a few loose pebbles falling to the floor. Oliver put his hand back into his pocket, turning around to face the completely dumbfounded group of magic knights. Tree pruned, Oliver announced smoothly. Now, let's go back to the capital. I've missed lunch, and I really don't want to miss dinner. Patry stared at Oliver, his golden eyes wide with an entirely new kind of terror. The elf realized that the Devil's Agred hadn't just been defeated by humans. He had been completely, effortlessly erased by an anomaly that treated the laws of reality like mild suggestions. Mereoleona laughed, a massive, booming sound of pure joy. I love having you on my team, Anomaly. Finral's little spatial brother is down in the lower levels. We will use his portals to transport everyone back to the capital. Asta cheered, resting the demon destroyer sword on his shoulder. Let's go save our friends. Oliver nodded, walking toward the staircase. The floating dungeon was secured, the devil was dead, and the final cleanup of the kingdom was all that remained. As they walked down the crumbling steps, Oliver made a mental note to ask Charmy to make a massive, multi-course feast when they finally got back to the Black Bull's base. He felt he had certainly earned it. Chapter 44, The Mass Awakening and the Restored Kingdom. The lower levels of the floating dungeon were completely deserted. Save for a few unconscious rogue mages and the terrified, trembling spatial mage, Valtos. He had spent the last hour curled in a corner, entirely unable to use his magic, convinced the world was ending. When Mereoleona Vermilion kicked down the door to his hiding spot, Valtos practically surrendered before she could even raise a fiery fist. Open a portal to the royal capital, Mereoleona demanded, grabbing the rogue mage by the collar. And make it big. We have a kingdom to save. Valtos stammered, pointing a shaking finger toward Oliver. I can't. That monster locked the space. My magic won't manifest. Oliver, who was leaning against the door frame, sighed. He snapped his fingers, entirely releasing the absolute spatial lock over the floating dungeon. Try it now, Oliver said lazily. And don't try to drop us into a volcano. I've already had my fill of heat for the week. Valtos didn't dare disobey. He frantically opened his grimoire, summoning a massive, swirling black portal that connected directly to the central plaza of the Clover Kingdom's capital. Mereoleona tossed Valtos aside and led the charge, stepping through the portal with Asta, Zora, Patry, and Oliver right behind her. The royal capital was an absolute war zone. Plumes of thick black smoke rose into the sky. The beautiful, pristine architecture of the noble realm had been heavily bombarded by rogue magic. In the center of the plaza, the magic knight captains, including Yami Sukiro and Nozel Silva, were locked in a desperate, defensive battle against dozens of reincarnated elves. The elves were relentlessly attacking, their massive, golden mana reserves completely overwhelming the exhausted human knights. Yami swung his katana, a wave of dark magic blocking a massive barrage of crystal shards from a possessed magic knight. Captain Yami! Asta roared, diving out of the portal and landing perfectly in the center of the plaza. Yami didn't look back, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Took you long enough, loudmouth. Did the crazy lioness beat the boss? We did more than that. Asta yelled, pointing his new demon destroyer sword toward the sky. We figured out how to save everyone. The fighting temporarily paused as the reincarnated elves noticed the new arrivals. But their golden, hateful eyes immediately locked onto Patry, who was standing beside the humans, his head bowed in deep, profound sorrow. Patry! One of the elves called out, his voice filled with ancient loyalty. You have returned. Come, let us finish cleansing this kingdom of the humans. Patry looked at his brethren. He saw the same blind, manipulated hatred that had consumed him for 500 years. He stepped forward, his grimoire floating in front of him, glowing with a pure, warm light. "My brethren," Patry said, his voice echoing across the ruined plaza. "We have been deceived. The humans did not cause our despair. We were manipulated by a devil. Our revenge is a lie." The elves froze, absolute confusion washing over their faces. "Lies!" An elf shrieked. "The humans slaughtered us. We must have our justice." Patry shook his head, tears streaming down his face. "I am so sorry. I dragged you all out of your peaceful slumber for nothing. But it ends today. You can finally rest." Patry raised his hands, pushing every single remaining drop of his massive, elven mana into the sky. Light magic, heaven's guiding rays. A colossal, blinding sphere of light materialized high above the capital. It was a spell designed not to destroy, but to touch the soul of every single reincarnated elf within the city limits. The light rained down, bathing the entire capital in a warm, gentle glow. "Asta!" Patry yelled, his body trembling from the sheer magical exertion. "Now! Strike the magic!" Asta didn't hesitate. He swung the rusted, anti-magic demon destroyer sword backward, letting it absorb the heavy, dark energy from his grimoire. Causality break! Asta swung the sword directly into the massive pillar of light Patry had created. The interaction was flawless. The anti-magic didn't erase the light, it rode along the established magical network Patry had cast. A massive, kingdom-wide pulse of causality-breaking anti-magic washed over the capital. Every single reincarnated elf in the city was struck simultaneously. The effect was instantaneous. The forbidden reincarnation spell, cast by Zagred centuries ago, was violently and permanently severed. The golden light faded from the eyes of the possessed magic knights. The dark, ancient markings on their faces dissolved into nothingness. Across the capital, the souls of the elf tribe were finally freed. They looked up at Patry, a profound sense of peace and understanding washing over them as the devil's curse evaporated. They smiled softly, their souls detaching from the human hosts and peacefully ascending into the afterlife. The possessed magic knights collapsed to the ground, entirely unharmed but deeply unconscious, their minds finally their own again. The plaza went completely silent. The war was over. Patry fell to his knees, his grimoire closing. He looked up at the sky, watching the golden souls of his family fade into the clouds. He had failed them as a leader, but he had finally given them peace. "William," Patry whispered, closing his eyes. "The body is yours again. I am done." Patry's soul went dormant, completely surrendering control. The golden markings faded from William Vengeance's face. The captain of the Golden Dawn slowly opened his eyes, blinking in confusion as he looked around the ruined capital. Asta let out a massive, exhausted cheer, entirely completely dropping his heavy sword and falling backward onto the cobblestone. "We did it! We saved them!" Yami sheathed his katana, walking over to Asta and ruffling the boy's ash-blonde hair. "You did good, kid. You actually used your head for once." Mirioliana crossed her arms, looking around the devastated city. "We won the battle, but the capital is a wreck. It will take months to rebuild the noble realm. The king is going to be incredibly annoying about this." Oliver finally stepped out of the portal, stretching his arms and letting out a long yawn. He looked at the crumbled towers, the shattered roads, and the burning rubble. As he observed the damage, the midnight chime rang clearly in his mind. System notification. Day 5675 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, concept. Magic, absolute structural restoration. Oliver checked the skill. It was the ability to instantly revert any non-living physical structure to its perfect, undamaged state. Oliver sighed, pulling his hands out of his pockets. He really just wanted to go eat, and the prospect of listening to the king complain about his broken castle sounded exhausting. "I'll handle the landscaping," Oliver said lazily. Oliver casually raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept magic. Absolute structural restoration. Target, the Clover Kingdom capital. A massive, invisible wave of conceptual energy swept outward from Oliver's position. The magic did not build or repair, it simply demanded that reality fix itself. The crumbled stone towers violently reversed their collapse, perfectly stacking themselves back into pristine spires. The shattered cobblestone roads smoothed out entirely. The burning rubble extinguished itself and flew backward, reconstructing the beautiful mansions of the noble realm. In less than 3 seconds, the entire Clover Kingdom capital looked exactly as it had before the eye of the midnight sun had ever declared war. Not a single brick was out of place. The Magic Knight captains, who had just spent hours fighting a desperate war of survival, stood completely paralyzed in absolute shock. Nozel Silva dropped his silver lance. His jaw hung open. How, what just happened to the city? Yami's cigarette fell out of his mouth. He looked at Oliver, then at the perfectly restored castle in the distance. He slowly shook his head. "I am not even going to ask," Yami muttered. "I am just going to pretend I didn't see that." Oliver turned around, his lazy demeanor entirely unchanged. "All right, the kingdom is saved, the elves are asleep, and the buildings are fixed," Oliver announced, putting his hands back into his pockets. "I have done my part. Now, if someone could point me toward Charmy, I would like my victory feast. I'm starving." Asta burst into laughter from the ground, entirely ignoring his exhaustion. "Let's go home, Oliver." As the sun began to rise over the perfectly pristine Clover Kingdom, Oliver smiled softly. The timeline was secure, the ultimate threats were neutralized, and his squad was safe. It was going to be a very good breakfast. Chapter 45, The Magic Parliament and the Broken Scales. The Black Bull's headquarters was a scene of absolute, chaotic joy. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the kingdom was truly safe, and the squad was taking full advantage of the peace. In the center of the dining hall, Charmy Papitson had completely outdone herself. Massive tables groaned under the weight of roasted boars, towering piles of pancakes, massive bowls of shimmering pasta, and desserts that defied gravity. Her cotton magic sheep were running back and forth from the kitchen, bringing out endless waves of fresh food. Asta was sitting on the floor, dual-wielding massive turkey legs and chewing with tears of pure happiness streaming down his face. Magna and Luck were having a highly competitive eating contest that was slowly devolving into a fist fight. Noelle sat gracefully at the table, though she was eating a massive slice of chocolate cake with terrifying speed. Oliver was slumped comfortably in an armchair near the fireplace, a massive plate of perfectly seasoned steak resting on his lap. He was eating slowly, entirely content, ignoring the loud, chaotic yelling of his squad mates. "We survived," Yami Sukiro grunted, taking a long sip from a barrel of ale he had claimed for himself. "We saved the kingdom, fixed the capital, and didn't completely die. I'd call that a productive week." Asta swallowed a massive bite of food. "And Captain Van Jans is back. And the elves are finally at peace. Everything is perfect." Oliver chewed his steak, his eyes half closed. The food was excellent, the chair was soft, and he finally had a moment of actual peace. But Oliver's absolute information comprehension, which ran continuously in the background of his mind, suddenly flagged a disturbance. Heading toward the base. 3 days later, the peace was abruptly shattered. The heavy front doors of the Black Bull's base swung open, revealing 3 stern-faced magic knights wearing the pristine, imposing uniforms of the Magic Parliament. They completely ignored the messy state of the headquarters, their eyes locking immediately onto Asta. Asta of the Black Bulls, the lead knight announced, unrolling a heavy parchment scroll bearing the king's seal. You are hereby summoned to the Magic Parliament to stand trial. Asta blinked, dropping a dumbbell he had been lifting. A trial? For what? For the crime of harboring a devil, the knight said coldly. And for treason against the Clover Kingdom. The entire room went dead silent. Magna's fiery bat ignited. Luck's smile vanished, replaced by a dangerous, crackling aura. Yami crushed his cigarette in the ashtray, his dark eyes narrowing into a lethal glare. Treason? Yami growled, his hand drifting toward his katana. My boy just saved the entire kingdom from a devil. He was the one who broke the reincarnation spell. If you're looking for a traitor, look in a mirror. The knight flinched under Yami's murderous intent but held his ground. Captain Sukiro, we are just the messengers. The chairman of the Magic Parliament, Damnatio Kira, has formally issued the summons. If Asta does not comply, the entire Black Bulls squad will be branded as outlaws and executed. Asta held out a hand, stopping Yami before the captain could draw his blade. It's okay, Captain. I didn't do anything wrong. I'll just go and tell them the truth. They have to listen. Yami sighed heavily, releasing the hilt of his sword. You're an idiot, kid. The parliament doesn't care about the truth. The nobles are terrified because their kingdom was almost destroyed by elves they couldn't beat. They need a scapegoat to blame the entire crisis on. And a magicless peasant with a devil in his grimoire is the perfect target. Oliver, who was lying on the couch reading a comic book, let out a slow, tired sigh. He carefully placed a bookmark between the pages and sat up. A scapegoat, Oliver muttered. That sounds like a lot of annoying paperwork. As the knights bound Asta's hands in heavy magical cuffs, the midnight chime rang clearly in Oliver's mind. System notification. Day 5676 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, concept. Magic, absolute authority nullification. Oliver read the blue text floating in his vision. Absolute authority nullification. The ability to completely erase and ignore any systemic, magical, or political rule imposed by another entity. It was the ultimate veto. Oliver stood up, stretching his arms. He walked over to the royal knights, towering slightly over them despite his slouch. I'm coming with him, Oliver said lazily. The lead knight frowned. The summons is only for the accused. Oliver's eyes went entirely flat. I wasn't asking for permission. The knight opened his mouth to argue, but the sheer, crushing weight of the void radiating from Oliver forced the words back down his throat. The knight swallowed hard and nodded silently, leading Asta and Oliver out of the base. The Magic Parliament courtroom was a massive, terrifyingly dark amphitheater designed specifically to intimidate. Asta was forced into the center of the room, standing completely alone under a single spotlight. High above him, seated in a massive, imposing judge's chair, was Damnatio Kira. Damnatio was a strict, arrogant noble who held the literal scales of justice in his hands. His scale magic allowed him to forcefully balance and suppress the magical power of anyone in the room, ensuring his absolute authority. Asta of the Black Bulls, Damnatio spoke, his voice completely devoid of emotion. You are accused of utilizing forbidden devil magic, an act that brought catastrophic ruin upon this kingdom. I didn't bring ruin. Asta yelled, his voice echoing off the dark walls. A different devil did that. I used my power to stop him and save everyone. Damnatio's eyes narrowed. The citizens of this kingdom do not understand the intricacies of devils and elves. They only know they were attacked. The scales of justice demand a sacrifice to restore order and faith in the crown. You, a peasant corrupted by darkness, are the most logical choice. Damnatio raised his hand. Scale magic, scale regulate. A massive, ethereal set of golden scales appeared above the courtroom. The magic instantly forced Asta to his knees, suppressing his physical strength and binding his anti-magic entirely. I find you guilty of treason, Damnatio declared coldly. You will be executed immediately, and your devil will be purged from this realm. The executioners stepped forward, raising their magical blades. Asta gritted his teeth, struggling against the overwhelming pressure of the scale magic, but he couldn't break free. Suddenly, the heavy wooden doors of the courtroom slowly creaked open. A lazy set of footsteps echoed through the silent, massive room. Oliver walked down the aisle, his hands tucked into the pockets of his black bull's robe. He looked around the dark, imposing courtroom with complete disinterest. You guys really need better lighting in here, Oliver said, his voice entirely calm. It's incredibly depressing. Damnatio Kira glared at the intruder. Who let this peasant into the parliament? Guards, remove him. Two heavy armored guards rushed toward Oliver, their spears lowered. Oliver didn't stop walking. He just sighed. System interaction initiated. Active skill. Triggered, concept magic, absolute authority nullification. Target, courtroom guard magic. As the guards thrust their spears, the weapons simply dissolved into harmless, sparkling dust. The guards froze in absolute shock, looking at their empty hands. Oliver walked right past them, stepping into the center spotlight next to Asta. Damnatio stood up from his massive chair, his scale magic flaring with intense, strict mana. You dare interrupt the scales of justice? I do not care who you are, boy. I will crush your magic and execute you alongside him. Damnatio pushed his scale magic to the absolute maximum, aiming the crushing weight directly at Oliver. The ethereal golden scales tipped violently, attempting to weigh Oliver's magical power and suppress it. But Oliver didn't have magical power. He had a multi-million unit reserve of foundational mana, backed by the reality warping void of the system. The moment the magical scales tried to weigh Oliver, the golden constructs began to violently tremble. They groaned under an impossible, infinite pressure. Damnatio gasped, clutching his grimoire. What is this weight? My scales, they cannot balance it. You're trying to weigh the void with a broken scale, Oliver said smoothly. With a deafening, shattering sound, Damnatio Kira's ethereal golden scales completely exploded into a million pieces. The absolute authority of his magic was entirely nullified. The crushing weight on Asta instantly vanished, allowing the boy to stand back up. Damnatio staggered backward, his pristine composure completely shattered. He looked at his hands, entirely unable to summon his magic. The absolute law of the courtroom had just been effortlessly overridden by a teenager with his hands in his pockets. What are you? Damnatio demanded, his voice cracking with genuine fear. You broke the law of the scales. You dare defy the justice of the Clover Kingdom. Oliver slowly pulled his right hand out of his pocket. He looked up at the terrified chairman. Your justice is just a political excuse to murder my brother, Oliver said, his voice dropping its lazy tone, replaced by an impossibly cold, terrifying edge. And I don't care about your politics. Oliver pointed a single finger at the massive judge's balcony. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept magic. Absolute authority nullification. Target, Damnatio Kira's political and magical mandate. Oliver didn't cast an explosion. He didn't fire a beam of light. He simply completely erased Damnatio's conceptual right to judge them. The heavy, imposing aura of the magic parliament instantly evaporated. The magical seals binding the room unlocked. The executioners dropped their weapons, completely forgetting why they were even standing there. Damnatio collapsed back into his chair, breathing heavily. He looked at Asta, then at Oliver. He realized, with absolute certainty, that if he tried to push this execution forward, the boy standing in the spotlight would completely erase the entire government from existence without breaking a sweat. The charges are dropped, Damnatio whispered, his pride completely broken by absolute, terrifying reality. The Black Bulls are cleared of all suspicion. Asta pumped his fists in the air, a massive, relieved smile on his face. Thank you, creepy scale guy. I promise I'll prove that I'm a good magic knight. Oliver lowered his hand, his lazy demeanor instantly returning. He turned around, completely ignoring the stunned, terrified nobles in the gallery. Come on, loudmouth, Oliver said, yawning loudly. Let's go home. I left half a steak on my plate, and if luck ate it, I'm going to vector lock his teeth. Asta ran after his brother, leaving the completely silent, thoroughly defeated magic parliament behind them. The scales of justice had tried to weigh the Black Bulls, and the Black Bulls had entirely broken the machine. Chapter 46, The Heart Kingdom and the clumsy Queen. Oliver returned to the Black Bulls' headquarters to find his half-eaten steak exactly where he had left it. Luck Voltia was hanging upside down from the ceiling, bound entirely in thick threads by Vanessa, who had clearly taken Oliver's threat about vector locking teeth very seriously. Asta burst through the doors, cheering at the top of his lungs about how he wasn't going to be executed. The base erupted into another round of partying. Oliver simply sat back down in his armchair, picked up his fork, and finished his cold steak. The peace lasted exactly 2 days before Yami Sukiro kicked the lounge table in half. Listen up, brats, Yami grunted, blowing a cloud of smoke toward the ceiling. The Wizard King just sent us a message. Even though the Magic Parliament backed off because Oliver terrified them, the kingdom is still paranoid about devils. If we want to fully clear Asta's name in the eyes of the public, we need to find out where the real devils are coming from. Gordon Agrippa, who had been muttering in the corner for the past 48 hours, raised a trembling hand. My family's curse research, it points to the Spade Kingdom. But to get there safely, we need information from the Heart Kingdom. They have documented history of the Devil Megicula. Yami nodded. Exactly. The Heart Kingdom is an ultra-isolationist country entirely surrounded by massive magical water barriers. Only a few people are allowed in. Finral, you're on taxi duty. Noel, you're royalty, so you can do the talking. Asta, you're the objective. And Oliver, you're going to make sure none of them drown. Oliver was currently lying on the floor, perfectly balancing a pencil on his nose. I respectfully decline, Captain. I am allergic to politics. And water. The Heart Kingdom is a tropical paradise, Yami said smoothly, entirely ignoring the excuse. I hear their royal orchards grow the sweetest, most incredibly rare mangoes on the continent. The pencil dropped from Oliver's nose. He sat up, his absolute information comprehension confirming that the Heart Kingdom mango was, in fact, a legendary delicacy. I'll pack a swimsuit, Oliver said. The journey to the Heart Kingdom border was quick, thanks to Finral's spatial magic. They emerged on a lush, vibrant cliffside overlooking a massive, raging river that served as the country's natural defense. The air was incredibly humid, saturated with a dense, natural mana that felt entirely different from the Clover Kingdom. Waiting for them at the border was a man with long hair, a warm smile, and an incredibly dangerous magical aura. It was Gaja, the spirit guardian of lightning. Welcome, mages of the Clover Kingdom, Gaja said, bowing politely. Her Majesty, the Queen of the Heart Kingdom, is expecting you. Please, follow me. They boarded a magical leaf boat that glided effortlessly up the raging river. The scenery was breathtaking, but Oliver was mostly focused on scanning the jungle for fruit trees. As they approached the capital, the midnight chime rang clearly in Oliver's mind. System notification. Day 5677 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, concept magic, absolute hydromanipulation. Oliver raised an eyebrow. Absolute hydromanipulation. He could control, alter, or completely erase any liquid structure, regardless of its magical density. Given that they were heading to a country entirely ruled by a water spirit, the system was being incredibly on the nose today. They arrived at the royal palace, a beautiful structure woven directly into the lush waterfalls. But the moment they stepped into the grand throne room, the atmosphere violently shifted. Gaja's warm smile vanished. His grimoire floated open, crackling with intense, high-tier lightning magic. I apologize, Clover Knights, Gaja said, his voice echoing with authority. But Her Majesty wishes to test the power of the devil host. Before Asta could even draw his sword, the massive waterfall behind the throne violently erupted. A colossal, towering figure made entirely of condensed, highly pressurized water materialized in the room. It was Undine, the ancient water spirit, and her mana was so overwhelmingly dense that Finral immediately fell to his knees, gasping for air. You possess a foul energy, boy, Undine's voice echoed like a crashing wave. Let us see if you are truly capable of fighting the encroaching darkness. A massive, watery hand shot forward with the speed of a cannonball, entirely engulfing Asta in a sphere of suffocating water. He was lifted into the air, his Demon Slayer sword useless inside the dense, swirling current. Asta! Noelle yelled, pulling out her wand. Let him go! Sea Dragon's roar! Noelle fired a massive blast of water magic, but Undine simply laughed. The ancient spirit absorbed Noelle's spell effortlessly, adding it to her own mass. Your water magic is but a drop in my ocean, little royal, Undine mocked. Oliver let out a long, tired sigh. He stepped forward, putting his hands into his pockets. He looked up at the towering, majestic water spirit. Hey, Oliver called out, his voice entirely calm. Put him down. He hasn't had lunch yet, and he gets really annoying when he's hungry. Undine looked down at the boy. She didn't sense any mana from him. She scoffed, a wave of high-pressure water whipping toward Oliver. To sweep him out of the room. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept magic, absolute hydromanipulation. Oliver didn't dodge. He simply looked at the incoming wave and blinked. The wave of water instantly froze in mid-air, not turning to ice, but simply ceasing all fluid motion. It hovered inches from Oliver's face like a solid glass sculpture. Undine gasped, her massive watery eyes widening. What? My magic, it stopped? Oliver pulled his right hand out of his pocket and snapped his fingers. The massive sphere of water holding Asta instantly lost its surface tension. It didn't splash to the ground, it completely evaporated into a harmless, cool mist, dropping Asta safely onto the dry floor. Then, Oliver turned his attention fully to the ancient water spirit. You're making everything too damp, Oliver said lazily. Oliver snapped his fingers again. Undine, an ancient, mythological entity, possessing the power to sink entire cities, let out a high-pitched squeak. Her massive, towering form of swirling water was instantly, violently compressed. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying water spirit was reduced to the size of a teacup. She floated in the air, a tiny, harmless little blob of water, completely stripped of her overwhelming pressure. Gaja's jaw dropped. The spirit guardian's lightning magic fizzled out completely as he stared at the tiny droplet that used to be the guardian of their nation. What did you do to Undine? A panicked, very clumsy voice shrieked from behind the throne. Tripping over the royal carpet and tumbling headfirst down the stairs was Lolopeka, the queen of the Heart Kingdom. She crashed into a decorative pillar, rubbed her bruised forehead, and scrambled to her feet, her glasses entirely askew. Lolopeka looked at Oliver, then at the tiny, teacup-sized Undine floating helplessly in the air. Oliver looked at the queen. I dehydrated her, Oliver explained smoothly. Now, about those mangoes Yami promised me. Are they in season? Lolopeka stared at the magicless teenager who had just effortlessly overpowered a divine spirit with a snap of his fingers. She adjusted her glasses, her hands trembling. The Heart Kingdom had wanted to test the Clover Knights to see if they were strong enough to fight devils. Instead, they had just discovered that the Clover Kingdom possessed something far, far more terrifying. Chapter 47, The Cursed Queen and the Royal Mango. The grand throne room of the Heart Kingdom was entirely silent, save for the sound of the tiny, teacup-sized water spirit angrily splashing around in mid-air. Lolopeka, the all-powerful, omniscient queen of the Heart Kingdom, sat on the floor rubbing her bruised head. She looked at the legendary spirit that had protected her nation for generations, now reduced to the size of a decorative fountain ornament. Are you an emissary of a devil? Lolopeka asked, her voice trembling as she pushed her thick glasses up her nose. Only a devil could possess the power to instantly nullify a divine spirit. I am a guy who wants a mango, Oliver replied flatly. And my brother doesn't like being put in a washing machine. So if we could skip the dramatic tests and get to the snacks, that would be great. Gaja, the spirit guardian, slowly lowered his hands, the intense lightning magic fading from his grimoire. He realized immediately that if this boy wanted to destroy the Heart Kingdom, he would have done it the moment he walked through the door. Please, Gaja said, bowing deeply to Oliver and Asta. Forgive our hostility. We are facing a threat of unimaginable proportions, and we needed to ensure the Clover Kingdom's devil host was strong enough to stand with us. Asta, who was busy wringing out his wet black bull's headband, grinned widely. It's okay. We get tested all the time. But you guys are really strong. That water spell was so heavy I couldn't even swing my sword. Lolopeka slowly stood up, dusting off her beautiful dress. She smiled, a remarkably warm, clumsy, and entirely unregal expression crossing her face. She snapped her fingers, and a group of royal servants immediately rushed into the room, carrying massive silver platters loaded with the most vibrant, perfectly ripe tropical fruits in existence. Please, eat as much as you like, Lolopeka offered kindly. Oliver did not hesitate. He walked past the queen, past the spirit guardian, and picked up a massive, glowing orange mango. He took a bite. His absolute information comprehension instantly confirmed it. It was the greatest piece of fruit he had ever consumed. He sat down cross-legged on the floor, completely tuning out the rest of the conversation. While Oliver ate, Lolopeka invited the rest of the Clover Knights to sit. She raised her hand, projecting a massive magical map of the continent using her water magic. We tested you because the Spade Kingdom has fallen, Lolopeka explained, her tone turning incredibly serious. They have been entirely taken over by the Dark Triad, 3 incredibly powerful mages who are possessed by the highest-ranking devils of the underworld. Noelle gripped her wand, her eyes narrowing. Devils? Like the one you fought in the capital, Asta? Yes, but these are far worse, Lolopeka said softly. One of them, a devil named Megicula, is currently residing within the Dark Triad member Vanica. Noelle's breath hitched. Megicula. The devil that cursed her mother, Aesir Silva, leading to her death. The grip on her wand tightened so hard her knuckles turned white. Lolopeka looked down, her hand drifting to her stomach. And Megicula is not finished. A few months ago, Vanica breached our borders. I fought her alongside Undine, but we were completely overwhelmed. Lolopeka pulled back a section of her dress, revealing a massive, terrifying black scar pulsing with dark, malicious mana on her abdomen. I was cursed, Lolopeka whispered. A curse of mortality. In exactly 6 months, this curse will completely drain my life force, and I will die. When I fall, the Heart Kingdom's magical barrier will collapse, and the Dark Triad will invade. Asta jumped to his feet, his green eyes burning with absolute, uncompromising determination. We won't let that happen. We're going to get stronger. We'll help you beat this Dark Triad, and we'll break your curse. Finral nodded, though he looked terrified. We have 6 months. If we combine the Clover Kingdom's arcane magic with the Heart Kingdom's natural mana techniques, we can build an army capable of fighting them. Lolopeka smiled, tears welling in her eyes. Thank you. That is exactly what I was hoping to propose. A 6-month joint training operation between our nations. From the corner of the room, a tiny, squeaky voice interrupted. Excuse me. The teacup-sized Undine yelled, floating over to Lolopeka's shoulder. This is a very touching moment, but could the terrifying Void Boy please turn me back to normal? I feel completely ridiculous. Everyone turned to look at Oliver. He was currently peeling his 4th mango. He looked up at the tiny water spirit. Say please, Oliver said, his mouth full of fruit. Undine, an ancient, proud entity who had lived for centuries, gritted her tiny watery teeth. Please, she squeaked out, completely humiliated. Oliver snapped his fingers. The absolute hydro manipulation instantly reversed. Undine expanded back into her massive, towering form, though. She immediately shrank herself down to a more manageable human size to avoid provoking the boy again. As Lolopeka and Undine began outlining the details of the 6-month training camp, Oliver looked at the cursed queen. His system chimed quietly. System interaction initiated. Active skill available, concept erasure. Target, Megicula's curse of mortality. Oliver could erase the curse instantly. He could save Lolopeka's life with a single touch, just like he had erased the blood magic in the witch's forest. But his absolute timeline anchoring flared a warning in his mind. If he erased the curse now, Lolopeka would have no desperate motivation to train Noelle. Noelle would never learn true water spirit magic. She would never achieve the saint stage required to finally avenge her mother and defeat Megicula. Oliver closed the system prompt. He couldn't erase it. But he could certainly buy them time. The midnight chime echoed perfectly in his mind. System notification. Day 5678 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, concept magic, absolute status stasis. Oliver smiled softly. Absolute status stasis. He could completely freeze the progression of any biological or magical condition. It wouldn't cure the curse, but it would completely stop the clock. Megicula's 1-year time limit was now entirely irrelevant. Oliver stood up, wiping the sticky mango juice from his hands. He walked over to Lolopeka, entirely ignoring Gaja's defensive flinch. Oliver tapped the queen lightly on the forehead. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered. Absolute status stasis. Target, curse progression. Lolopeka gasped. The intense, burning pain in her abdomen that she had suffered through for months instantly vanished. The black scar was still there, but the malicious mana completely stopped pulsing. It was entirely frozen. What did you just do? Lolopeka breathed, looking at the boy in absolute awe. I stopped the timer, Oliver said lazily, walking back to the fruit platter. You don't have 6 months anymore, Queenie. You have as much time as you need. So teach my brother and his friends how to fight properly. Asta cheered, throwing his arm around Oliver's neck. You're the best, Oliver. We're going to train so hard. Oliver pushed Asta's heavy arm off his shoulder, picking up another mango. Yeah. You guys train. I'm going to spend the next 6 months testing every single hammock in this country. Chapter 48, The Tropical Training and the Unmoving Hammock. The joint training operation between the Clover and Heart Kingdoms officially began a week later. The Heart Kingdom had sent out invitations to the mages deemed most capable of reaching the arcane stage required to fight devils. Asta, Noel, Finral, Magna, Luck, and Charmy had all relocated to the lush, tropical country. They were joined by a few captains, including Ril Boismortier and Charlotte Rosalie, all eager to learn the Heart Kingdom's unique mana method. The training was brutal. The Spirit Guardians, the elite protectors of the Heart Kingdom, did not hold back. They forced the Clover Knights to draw upon the true, natural mana of the earth, water, wind, and fire. In a massive clearing surrounded by roaring waterfalls, Gaja stood before the exhausted group of knights. To fight the Dark Triad, you must go beyond simply creating elements, Gaja explained, his grimoire floating beside him. You must use the mana method to summon the true elements of nature. True lightning, true water, true fire. These spells do not simply mimic nature, they are nature itself, carrying enough mass and density to destroy a devil. Asta was doing one-armed push-ups with a boulder strapped to his back, sweating profusely. But I don't have any mana. How am I supposed to use the mana method? Gaja smiled warmly. You cannot, Asta. But your anti-magic is already arcane. Your training will focus on expanding the flow of that dark energy throughout your entire body, allowing you to move and fight like a demon yourself. As the knights groaned and returned to their grueling exercises, Gaja looked across the clearing. Tied securely between two ancient, towering palm trees was a perfectly woven, incredibly comfortable-looking hammock. Lying in it, fast asleep with a comic book resting on his face, was Oliver. Smurik, the spirit guardian of wind, crossed his arms and glared at the sleeping teenager. Is he truly not going to participate? Smurik asked, entirely offended by the sheer lack of discipline. The Queen said he was an anomaly, but this is an insult to our hospitality. I will wake him up and force him to run the perimeter. Gaja raised a hand, his smile turning slightly strained. I would strongly advise against that, Smurik. The boy operates on a level we do not understand. Smurik scoffed. He is just a lazy child. Wind magic, gale force awakening. Smurik raised his hand, unleashing a concentrated, high-speed blast of wind directly at the hammock. The gust was strong enough to uproot a normal tree and was designed to violently flip the hammock over and dump Oliver onto the dirt. But Oliver was already prepared. The midnight chime had rung hours ago. System notification. Day 5679 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, concept. Magic, absolute inertia. It was the ability to grant infinite physical mass and immovability to any object or person, completely defying the laws of kinetic energy. The roaring blast of wind slammed into the hammock. The ancient palm trees violently bent backward under the intense pressure. The surrounding dirt was blown away, creating a massive trench in the clearing. The deafening sound of the gale forced Asta and Magna to cover their ears. But the hammock itself did not move. It did not swing. It did not even vibrate. Oliver lay there, his chest rising and falling in a slow, peaceful rhythm, suspended. entirely motionless in midair while a localized hurricane raged around him. The comic book on his face didn't even flutter. Smurik pushed more mana into his spell, his face turning red with exertion. Why isn't he moving? The wind is hitting him directly. Oliver slowly reached up, moving the comic book off his eyes. He looked at the spirit guardian of wind, entirely unimpressed. "You're creating a draft," Oliver said lazily. "I like the breeze, but you're being really loud about it." Oliver tapped the side of the hammock. System interaction initiated. Active skill. Triggered, concept erasure. Target, atmospheric pressure differentials. The massive gale instantly ceased to exist. The air in the clearing went completely still, entirely ignoring Smurik's active spell. The spirit guardian stumbled forward, his magic abruptly failing without any logical reason. Smurik stared at the boy, completely dumbfounded. You erased the wind." Oliver pulled his comic book back over his face. "Stop yelling. I have 6 months of naps to catch up on." Gadja patted Smurik on the shoulder, offering a sympathetic look. "I told you. It is best to just let him sleep." The 6 months of the joint training operation passed in a blur of intense, agonizingly difficult work. Asta completely transformed. Without magic to rely on, he pushed his physical body to an absolute monstrous extreme. He learned to channel the anti-magic from his swords directly into his muscles, riding around the Heart Kingdom on his Demon Slayer sword like a flying broomstick. Noel spent every waking moment with Lolopeka and Undine, mastering the flow of true water magic. Because Oliver had completely frozen her curse of mortality, Lolopeka was free of pain and able to dedicate all of her massive magical reserves to helping Noel reach the Saint stage. Luck learned true lightning magic, completely matching Gadja's speed. Magna, lacking the massive mana reserves of his peers, secretly developed a different, entirely insane method of fighting with Zora's help. And Oliver slept. He tested the hammocks in the royal gardens. He tested the hammocks near the waterfalls. He tested the hammocks in the dining hall. The servants of the Heart Kingdom eventually just started bringing him plates of fresh fruit wherever they found him sleeping. But as the final day of the 6-month training camp arrived, the peaceful, tropical paradise of the Heart Kingdom was suddenly overshadowed by a massive, creeping dread. Far to the north, in the frozen, desolate wasteland of the Spade Kingdom, the Dark Triad was finally making their move. Dante Zagratis, the leader of the Triad and host to the King of Devils, Lucifero, sat upon his dark throne. He possessed a twisted, incredibly arrogant smile, his terrifying gravity magic completely crushing the stone floor beneath his feet. "The preparations are complete," Dante announced, his voice echoing through the dark, cold castle. "It is time to open the Tree of Clofoth. It is time to bring the underworld to this pathetic continent and let true malice reign." Vanica Zagratis, host to the Devil Megicula, laughed maniacally, her bloodlust entirely unhinged. "Yes. Finally. I get to go back to the Heart Kingdom and play with Lolopeka again. I hope she got stronger. I want to completely break her this time." Zenon Zagratis, the cold, emotionless host to the Devil Beelzebub, stood up. His bone magic rattled menacingly under his heavy winter cloak. "I will go to the Clover Kingdom. The arcane stage mages required for the ritual are located there. I will retrieve the captain of the Golden Dawn and the captain of the Black Bulls." Dante smirked, resting his chin on his hand. "Excellent. Go, my siblings. Show them the absolute despair of true devils." Back in the Heart Kingdom, Oliver was lying on a beach towel near the river, watching Asta successfully surf on his heavy broadsword. Oliver's absolute information comprehension suddenly flared with a massive, terrifying update to the world map. 3 incredibly dense, dark, demonic mana signatures had just crossed the Spade Kingdom borders, moving at blinding speeds. Oliver slowly sat up, dusting the sand off his shorts. He looked toward the northern horizon, his lazy demeanor entirely evaporating. The 6 months of peace were over. The real war was about to begin. "Hey, loudmouth," Oliver called out to Asta. "You might want to get out of the water. We have incoming." Chapter 49, The Dark Triad and the Crushing Gravity. The tropical paradise of the Heart Kingdom felt smaller the moment the warning rippled through the air. Oliver stood on the beach, his gaze fixed on the northern horizon. He didn't need to see them to know they were coming, his senses were already tracking 3 distinct, jagged points of concentrated, malicious energy tearing through the atmosphere of the continent. Asta splashed out of the river, his broadsword strapped to his back, his face instantly serious. "You felt them too, right? That wasn't just a change in the wind. It's the Dark Triad," Oliver said, his voice stripped of its usual lethargy. "They've finally started the ritual." Lolopeka appeared from the palace gardens, her face pale. She clutched her stomach, where the cursed scar resided, though it remained perfectly stilled by Oliver's magic. The Heart Kingdom's magical sensors were screaming. Gaja and the other spirit guardians were already airborne, rushing to the perimeter. "They are coming for the arcane mages," Lolopeka whispered. "They are coming for us." Before the sentence was finished, the sky over the Heart Kingdom shattered. It didn't just darken, it literally cracked like a stained glass window. A massive, swirling portal of dense, jagged shadow energy opened directly above the capital. From the center of that tier, a figure descended, riding a pillar of pure, suffocating gravity that flattened the trees for miles around. It was Dante Zagratis. He landed in the center of the royal plaza, his heavy coat billowing, his face twisted into a mask of boredom. "So, this is the Heart Kingdom," Dante drawled, looking around at the beautiful waterfalls. "A bit rustic for my tastes, but it will serve as a fine altar." He didn't look at the guards. He didn't look at the spirit guardians circling him. He looked directly at the palace, where he could feel the faint, ancient pulse of the water spirit Undine. "I'm here for the Queen," Dante said, snapping his fingers. The gravity in the plaza instantly spiked. The spirit guardian, Smurik, who had been attempting a flanking maneuver, was slammed into the ground so hard the stone beneath him liquefied. His bones groaned, his consciousness fading under the sheer, localized weight of a black hole. Asta didn't wait for orders. He shoved off the ground, his body wreathed in the dark, flowing trails of anti-magic. He transformed instantly, his single demonic wing propelling him toward the center of the plaza. "Leave the Queen alone!" Asta roared. Dante didn't even turn his head. Gravity magic, presence of the Demon King. A wave of crushing force, invisible and absolute, exploded outward from Dante. It didn't just push, it pinned the very atoms of the air into a dense, solid mass. Asta was hit mid-air, the force stopping his momentum as if he'd flown into a mountain. He was driven into the cobblestone with enough force to crater the entire square. Dante walked toward the center of the crater, his eyes lingering on the sword resting near Asta's hand. "An anti-magic sword?" Dante mused, a cruel, genuine smile forming. "Interesting. I've heard rumors of a brat who kills devils. You'll make a fine addition to the collection." He reached out a hand, intent on crushing Asta's ribs, but he stopped. He felt a sudden, bizarre coldness, a sensation of being watched by something that didn't exist. Oliver was standing 10 feet away, his hands buried deep in his pockets. He hadn't run, he hadn't jumped. He had simply walked into the zone of Dante's intense gravity field. As if he were strolling through a park, Dante frowned, increasing the gravity by 10-fold. The stones beneath Oliver's feet turned into fine sand, and the ground for 20 feet in every direction sank 3 inches. But Oliver didn't sink. He didn't even bend his knees. Your field is uneven, Oliver said, looking at the sinking ground. You're putting too much pressure on the left side. It's bad for the spine. Dante's eyes widened. He channeled more of Lucifero's power, his demonic horn twisting, the gravity field intensifying to a point that should have crushed a fortress to dust. Oliver simply took another step forward. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept magic, absolute inertia. Oliver wasn't just standing there, he had declared his state of being as a fixed point in the universe. No amount of gravity, no matter how demonic, could move him. He was the anchor of reality. Dante's smile faded. He raised his palm, focusing a concentrated beam of gravity directly at Oliver's heart. Collapse, Dante commanded. The space around Oliver shriveled. It was a pressure so intense it should have turned a man into a subatomic singularity. Oliver reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, lemon-flavored hard candy. He unwrapped it, the crinkle of the plastic foil audible in the otherwise deafening silence of the gravity field. "You're really loud," Oliver said, popping the candy into his mouth. "And your magic is repetitive." Oliver snapped his fingers. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept magic, absolute conceptual severance. Target, Dante Zagrati's connection to the devil Lucifero. The air in the plaza didn't shift, it simply ceased to be heavy. Dante felt the familiar, raging fire of Lucifero's power suddenly cut off. The dark, demonic aura that coated his skin in a defensive layer vanished. The unnatural strength that let him walk through reinforced steel evaporated. Dante stumbled. He wasn't just a host anymore, he was just a human man, standing in a crater, completely drained of the borrowed power that had made him a king. The gravity field around the plaza vanished. Smurik gasped for air, dragging himself out of the dirt. Asta scrambled to his feet, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the pressure. Dante looked at his hands, his face pale, his breath coming in ragged, human gasps. He stared at Oliver, his arrogance finally giving way to a raw, primal realization of his own mortality. "What did you do?" Dante whispered, his voice trembling. You can't touch a devil's power. It's eternal." "It was," Oliver said, moving closer. "But I'm currently editing the script." Dante panicked, reaching for his grimoire, but Oliver moved with a speed that defied the physical world. He grabbed Dante by the collar, the absolute indifference in his eyes shattering the dark triad leader's mind. "We have some questions," Oliver said, his voice devoid of any emotion. "And if you don't answer them correctly, I'm going to make sure your devil never finds you again." Asta stood by, sword lowered, watching the man who had terrified a kingdom be rendered entirely helpless by a boy who only wanted to be left alone. Oliver looked at Asta. "Get the queen. We're holding a private interrogation. And get me a glass of water. I think I bit into the lemon candy too hard." Chapter 50, The Empty Vessel and the Looming Shadow. The royal dungeon of the Heart Kingdom was a stark contrast to the tropical paradise outside. It was cold, damp, and lit only by the flickering, bioluminescent moss clinging to the stone walls. Dante Zagratis, the leader of the Dark Triad, sat on a wooden chair, his hands bound by specialized monodampening shackles. He looked around the room, his eyes scanning the guards, the spirit guardians, and finally, resting on Oliver, who was leaning against the wall, idly tossing a small stone into the air and catching it. Dante laughed. It was a hollow, raspy sound, devoid of the overwhelming, demonic resonance that had previously defined him. "You have truly done it," Dante rasped, his voice sounding like that of an ordinary, exhausted man. "You have stripped me of the king of devils. Do you have any idea what you have unleashed by removing my connection to Lucifero?" Oliver caught the stone and held it still. "I imagine it involves you being much less annoying." Dante leaned forward, his face pale but his eyes burning with a lingering, fanatical intensity. You think you have won? You think a single capture changes the fate of this world? The tree of Qliphoth is not dependent on me. The ritual is a series of gears. I was merely the one who turned the key. Lolopeka, standing behind Gaja, gripped her staff. Her face was grim. If you stop the ritual, the devil energy will just dissipate, right? Dante looked at the queen and smiled with pity. The ritual has already reached the point of no return. My siblings are already fulfilling their roles. Zenon is at the Golden Dawn headquarters. He is harvesting the arcane stage mages required for the tree to root. And Vanica? He turned his gaze toward Noelle, who was standing in the shadows of the doorway, her expression cold and hard. Vanica is on her way to your base, little royal. She has been dying to finish the game she started with your mother. Noelle's eyes flashed with a lethal, icy resolve. Her water magic flared, the humidity in the room rising instantly. Asta stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his demon destroyer sword. We're going back. Now. We have to save the Golden Dawn and defend our base. Oliver sighed, standing up straight. He walked over to Dante and tapped him on the forehead, not using any magic, just a simple, forceful gesture. You've been very helpful, Oliver said. Now, be quiet. Dante's eyes rolled back, and he slumped forward, unconscious. Oliver turned to the group. They were all waiting for him. The Clover Kingdom was under siege, and the enemy was already at the gates of their home. We don't have time to walk, Oliver said. Finral, you're the taxi. Finral stepped forward, his expression grave. I can do it, but the distance is immense. I'll need to lock onto a coordinate near the Golden Dawn HQ. Oliver placed a hand on Finral's shoulder. System interaction initiated. Active skill. Triggered, concept magic, absolute spatial synchronization. Oliver didn't just open a door, he effectively folded the reality between the Heart Kingdom and the Clover Kingdom, aligning the 2 points in space. Finral's grimoire glowed with a brilliance he had never achieved before. He opened a portal, and instead of the flickering, unstable energy of a long-distance jump, it was a perfectly stable, crystalline doorway leading directly to the smoking, ruined outskirts of the Golden Dawn base. Go, Oliver commanded. I'll bring the prisoner. As the knights rushed through the portal, Asta looked back. Oliver was standing there, the unconscious Dante floating beside him, held in place by an invisible, static field. Aren't you coming? Asta shouted. I have to drop this guy off in a secure location, Oliver replied, yawning. And I really don't like frozen climates. I'll meet you there in 10 minutes. Asta hesitated, but he knew better than to argue. He dove through the portal, followed by Noelle, Finral, and the spirit guardians. Oliver stood alone in the dungeon. He looked at Dante, then up at the ceiling. He didn't need a portal. He didn't need to travel. He simply looked at the space in front of him, thought of the courtyard of the Black Bull's base, and stepped forward. Reality shifted. He wasn't in the Heart Kingdom anymore. Oliver stepped out into the Black Bull's courtyard. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and ozone. In the distance, he could hear the screams of battle and the clash of magic. He looked toward the horizon, where the massive, skeletal roots of the Qliphoth tree were already beginning to breach the surface of the earth, blotting out the sun. The ritual was failing, yet it was succeeding. The devils were pouring through the cracks. Oliver deposited Dante's Zagratis into a magically sealed storage shed, locking the door with a thought. He didn't lock the magic, he locked the concept of the door being openable. He walked into the middle of the courtyard, pulled a bag of salted peanuts from his pocket, and started walking toward the battle. If they want to play with devils, Oliver muttered, cracking a peanut, I suppose I have to show them why that's a bad idea. The sky tore open above him, and a wave of demonic, dark energy swept across the kingdom. The war had officially reached the home front. Oliver picked up the pace, his footsteps causing the very ground to vibrate with an unseen, overwhelming power. It was time to get to work. Chapter 51, The Blood. Demon in the locked shed. The courtyard of the Black Bull's headquarters was completely unrecognizable. The sprawling, chaotic mansion that Henry usually kept reassembling was currently a smoking, cratered war zone. Dark, toxic clouds of curse magic hung heavily in the air, wilting the nearby forest and cracking the stone pathways. In the center of the destruction, Vanika Zagratis was having the time of her life. She leaped through the air, completely unbothered by the massive, dark magic slashes Yami Sukiro was sending her way. Her right eye was covered by a dark, cursed eye patch, and her mana was a terrifying, suffocating blend of her own blood magic and the devil Megicula's curse-warding power. This is amazing! Vanika shrieked, a manic, bloodthirsty grin stretching across her face. You're so strong, Captain of the Black Bulls. Show me more. Fight me harder. Yami blocked a massive barrage of hardened blood spikes with his katana, exhaling a frustrated cloud of smoke. You are incredibly annoying, you crazy woman. Dark magic, dark cloaked dimension slash. The massive wave of pure darkness tore through the courtyard, cleanly bisecting Vanika's blood beast construct. But Vanika just laughed, her curse magic instantly knitting her wounds and reforming the beast. Near the rubble of the main lounge, Gordon, Vanessa, Gray, and Ghosh were desperately fighting off three of Vanika's dark disciples. The disciples were empowered by devil magic, rendering them virtually immortal. No matter how many times Ghosh blasted them with his mirrors, they simply stood back up, their wounds healing in seconds. Vanessa's red thread of fate was working overtime, constantly altering reality to prevent her squad mates from being lethally struck, but her mana was draining fast. We can't keep this up, Ghosh gritted his teeth, his magical eye glowing frantically. They don't die. Suddenly, the heavy, chaotic sounds of battle were punctuated by a very calm, very out of place crunch. Walking out from the dust cloud, entirely ignoring the flying blood spikes and dark magic slashes, was Oliver. He was tossing salted peanuts into his mouth one by one, looking at the ruined state of the base with mild disappointment. I leave for a few months, Oliver mumbled, chewing loudly, and you guys completely trash the front yard. Yami glanced over his shoulder, his eyes widening slightly. You actually showed up, kid? Where are they? Others? They went to help the Golden Dawn, Oliver replied, swallowing the peanut. I came back here because all my comic books are inside, and I didn't want them getting cursed. Vanika stopped her assault, floating down to the broken cobblestone. She tilted her head, looking at the lazy teenager in the Black Bull's robe. She didn't sense any mana from him. He didn't have the aura of a warrior. He just looked like a completely normal, slightly bored kid. Who is this? Vanika asked, pouting slightly. Is he a sacrifice? I don't want to play with weaklings. As she spoke, the midnight chime echoed clearly in Oliver's mind. System notification. Day 5680 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, Concept Magic, Absolute Target Isolation. Oliver mentally reviewed the skill. Absolute Target Isolation allowed him to completely separate any entity from its surrounding environment, effectively putting them in a conceptual quarantine where nothing could enter or leave. Oliver looked at the three immortal dark disciples who were currently preparing to launch a combined attack at Vanessa and Ghosh. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, Absolute Target Isolation. Oliver casually pointed a finger at the three disciples. Instantly, a perfectly clear, invisible boundary materialized around each of them. The disciples launched their massive spells, but the magic simply hit the inside of the invisible barriers and harmlessly dissipated. They tried to run forward, but they slammed face first into the conceptual walls. They were completely cut off from the rest of reality. Ghosh blinked, lowering his mirror. What just happened? Are they trapped in glass? They're in timeout, Oliver said, tossing another peanut into his mouth. They were being too loud. Vanika's manic grin slowly vanished. She looked at the isolated disciples, her cursed eye twitching. She hadn't sensed a spell. She hadn't seen a grimoire open. The space around her subordinates had just fundamentally changed. Within Vanika's mind, a dark, calculating presence suddenly stirred. Megicula, the devil of curses, felt the shift in reality. Vanika, Megicula's sinister, echoing voice spoke directly from the eye patch. Be careful. That boy, he is not using magic. He is altering the foundational rules of the world. He is an anomaly. Vanika's grin returned, wider and more unhinged than before. An anomaly. Even better. Let's see if his rules can stop my blood. Blood magic, Red Behemoth. A colossal, towering monster made entirely of boiling, highly pressurized blood erupted from the ground, surging forward to crush Oliver into paste. Oliver didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. He just kept walking forward. The massive blood beast slammed down on him. But the moment the lethal magic touched Oliver's skin, his passive absolute bypass activated. The boiling blood simply washed through him like a harmless hologram. He didn't burn. He didn't get crushed. His clothes didn't even get stained. Oliver walked straight through the center of the behemoth, stepping out the other side and stopping 10 feet away from Vanika. You're making a mess, Oliver said flatly. Vanika gasped, taking an involuntary step backward. Megicula's presence flared violently, the devil attempting to analyze the boy's power, but finding nothing but an infinite, terrifying void. Suddenly, the space behind Vanika tore open. A massive, jagged spatial portal materialized, and Zenon Zagrati stepped through. His cold, emotionless face was entirely rigid, and he was holding the unconscious, heavily beaten body of William Van Jans by the collar. Vanika, Zenon said, his voice completely devoid of panic, but carrying a heavy urgency. We are leaving. The ritual parameters have changed. Vanika frowned, crossing her arms. What? Why? I'm just getting to the good part. The captain is strong, and this weird kid is immune to my blood. Dante's signal has completely vanished, Zenon stated coldly. He is no longer connected to Lucy Farrow. I tracked his physical coordinates to this location. Before his demonic aura disappeared entirely. Zenon turned his cold gaze toward the Black Bull's base. His spatial magic scanned the area, instantly locking onto the small, unassuming wooden storage shed near the back of the courtyard. He is in there, Zenon said, raising his hand. Bone magic, eternal fangs. A massive barrage of lethal, hardened bones shot from Zenon's grimoire, aimed directly at the wooden shed to obliterate it and retrieve their fallen leader. Oliver sighed. The bones slammed into the shed with the force of a meteor strike. A massive explosion of dust and debris completely obscured the backyard. Zenon lowered his hand, expecting to see the shed erased and Dante lying in the crater. But as the dust cleared, Zenon's emotionless eyes widened in absolute, unprecedented shock. The wooden shed was completely unharmed. Not a single splinter was out of place. The cheap padlock on the door hadn't even rattled. What is this? Zenon murmured, stepping forward. My magic should have reduced that structure to dust. It's conceptually locked, Oliver explained lazily, offering a peanut to Yami, who just stared at the shed in disbelief. You can throw all the bones and spatial portals you want at it. You can drop the moon on it. That door is not opening until I say it opens. Megicula's voice echoed loudly from Vanika's eye patch, now laced with genuine, undeniable fear. Zenon. Vanika. Retreat immediately. That boy, he is the one who severed Dante. If you engage him, he will erase us. Vanika's eyes widened. She looked at Oliver, her bloodlust warring with the survival instincts of a supreme devil. She bit her lip, blood drawing from the force. You severed Dante? Vanika whispered, a terrifying blush spreading across her cheeks. You're a monster. Oh, I can't wait to kill you. I'm going to curse you so beautifully. Oliver just looked at her, completely unimpressed. Please don't. You're already giving me a headache. Zenon didn't hesitate. He recognized an unwinnable scenario. He raised his hand, expanding his spatial portal to swallow himself and Vanika. Keep Dante, Zenon said coldly, stepping backward into the void. The tree of Qliphoth only requires the arcane mages to grow. We have vengeance. We will find another way to compensate for the king's absence. The spatial portal violently snapped shut, leaving the courtyard completely silent, save for the muffled thumping of the three dark disciples still trapped in Oliver's invisible isolation boxes. Yami let out a long, heavy breath, sheathing his katana. He looked at the perfectly intact storage shed, then at the dark disciples, and finally at Oliver. Did you actually lock the leader of the Dark Triad in our tool shed? Yami asked, his voice entirely flat. Oliver nodded, chewing his peanut. Yet. He was being annoying, so I put him in timeout. You should probably tell the Wizard King to come pick him up. I don't want to feed him. Yami rubbed his temples, feeling a massive migraine coming on. He looked at the ruined base, then at his squad mates, who were all staring at Oliver with a mixture of absolute awe and terror. Right, Yami muttered. I'm going to need a lot more alcohol to deal with this. Oliver turned around, heading toward the rubble of the lounge to see if his comic book collection had survived the attack. The Spade Kingdom was still a threat, and the ritual was still ongoing, but as far as Oliver was concerned, his front lawn was secure, and it was officially time for a nap. Chapter 52, The Shadow Spy and the Unbothered Anomaly. The massive, crystalline spatial portal generated by Finral and Oliver's combined synchronization ripped open in the center of the ruined Black Bull's courtyard. Asta burst through the gateway first, his demon slayer sword drawn, his eyes glowing with feral anti-magic. He roared a battle cry, completely prepared to throw himself into a life-or-death struggle against the Dark Triad to protect his home and his captain. Noelle followed closely behind, her wand raised and glowing with true water magic. They skidded to a halt. The battle cry died in Asta's throat. The courtyard was completely destroyed, but there was no active fighting. Yami Sukiro was sitting on a broken piece of stone masonry, smoking a cigarette and casually drinking from a half-broken bottle of liquor. A few feet away, Oliver was sitting cross-legged in the dirt, carefully dusting off a slightly singed comic book. And off to the side, three terrifying, devil-empowered dark disciples were furiously punching thin air, their faces pressed against invisible, conceptual glass boxes that completely isolated them from reality. Asta blinked, lowering his heavy sword. Captain? Where are the bad guys? They left, Yami grunted, exhaling a cloud of grey smoke. The creepy bone guy showed up with the Golden Dawn captain over his shoulder. The crazy blood woman wanted to fight, but the devil inside her eye patch realized Oliver was standing here and basically told them to run for their lives. Noelle stared at the completely intact, entirely unbothered wooden storage shed sitting in the middle of the cratered yard. She pointed a trembling finger at it. And What is in the shed? The leader of the Dark Triad, Oliver answered without looking up from his comic book. He was being loud, so I took away his devil and locked him in there. Finral, who had just stepped through the portal, immediately fell to his knees, burying his face in his hands. He took down the King of Devils and locked him in the tool shed. I am never going to understand how this squad functions. Suddenly, a bright, golden spatial portal opened near the shattered front gates. Julius Novacrono practically sprinted out of it, his starry eyes wide with childlike excitement, followed by a heavily panting, incredibly stressed Marx. I got your message, Yami. Julius cheered, running straight past the black bulls and pressing his face against one of Oliver's invisible isolation boxes. Fascinating. Utterly fascinating. There is absolutely no mana barrier here. It is pure conceptual separation. How do they breathe? Do they breathe? They don't need to, Oliver said lazily, finally standing up and stretching. Their physical states are isolated. You can take them to the capital, Wizard King. And the guy in the shed, too. Just don't ask me for the key, because there isn't one. I'll just delete the door when you're ready. Marx adjusted his bowl-cut hair, his hands shaking. You captured Dante Zagratis? The man who single-handedly conquered the Diamond Kingdom? He tripped, Oliver lied smoothly. As Julius and Marx began the complicated process of loading the isolated disciples and the heavily restrained, unconscious Dante into a specialized transport portal, the shadows in the corner of the ruined courtyard began to lengthen unnaturally. From the pitch-black shade cast by the rubble, a pair of boots stepped out. I must admit, a very calm, incredibly polite voice echoed through the yard. My intelligence reports were entirely flawless for 6 months. Yet, I completely failed to account for a magicless teenager who treats supreme devils like mildly annoying insects. The Black Bulls instantly drew their weapons. Asta raised his sword, and Noelle summoned her water magic. Stepping fully out of the shadow was a man with long, dark hair tied in a ponytail, wearing a specialized black bull's robe. 4 small, bizarre-looking demonic familiars sat on his shoulders and hovered around his head. He wore a pleasant, utterly fake smile. Yami looked at the man and raised an eyebrow. You're late, Nacht. Where the hell have you been for the last few years? Asta blinked in confusion. Captain, you know this guy? Yami took a drag of his cigarette. Yeah. He's our vice-captain. He's been deep undercover in the Spade Kingdom. Nacht Faust stepped forward, his smile never reaching his cold, calculating eyes. It is a pleasure to formally meet you all. I hate people who are loud, I hate people who are lazy, and I hate people who don't follow the rules. Therefore, I hate almost every single one of you. Nacht turned his gaze toward Oliver. But you are an anomaly that completely breaks the board. You captured Dante. You forced Zenon and Vanica to retreat. You have altered the entire timeline of the Clofoth ritual. Oliver sighed, putting his comic book into his pocket. I just want to take a nap. If you're going to give us a briefing, please do it quickly. Nacht's smile thinned slightly, but he nodded. The ritual to open the gates of the underworld requires 2 arcane mages, world tree magic and dark magic. They have William Van Jans. Because you prevented them from taking Yami, the ritual cannot proceed as originally planned. Asta cheered. That's great. So they can't open the gates. Wrong, Nacht stated coldly, instantly crushing Asta's optimism. The Dark Triad is completely unhinged. Without dark magic to act as the second key, Zenon has ordered his mages to forcefully tear the gate open using an ocean of raw, sacrificial mana. They are going to slaughter the entire population of the Spade Kingdom to substitute for Yami's magic. The courtyard fell dead silent. The sheer scale of the atrocity hung heavy in the air. We have 3 days, Nacht continued. In 3 days, the massive sacrificial array will be complete, the Qliphoth will open, and the highest-ranking devils will pour into this world. We are going to launch a preemptive strike. We are going to invade the Spade Kingdom, stop the ritual, and kill the Dark Triad. Nacht pointed a finger directly at Asta. But your anti-magic is incomplete. You rely entirely on a devil you do not understand. If you are going to be the ultimate weapon against the underworld, you must forge a devil-binding contract. I will teach you. Asta's eyes widened, but he nodded fiercely, his determination absolute. I'll do it. I'll get stronger. Nacht then turned his gaze to Oliver. And you? The anomaly. You are coming with the assault team. Your ability to conceptually lock and erase magic is the ultimate failsafe. Oliver slowly shook his head. It's cold in the Spade Kingdom. And I don't do assault teams. I am a defensive player. I stay at the base, I eat snacks, and I sleep. Nacht's shadows flared aggressively. This is not a request. The fate of the world is at stake. Before Nacht could use his shadow magic to intimidate the boy, the midnight chime rang clearly in Oliver's mind. System notification. Day 5681 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, concept magic, absolute rule imposition. Oliver mentally reviewed the skill. Absolute rule imposition. He could dictate a completely unbreakable law over a massive area. Anyone who broke the rule would instantly be conceptually paralyzed. Oliver looked at Nacht, entirely unbothered by the menacing shadows swirling around the vice-captain. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept magic, absolute rule imposition. Target, Nacht Faust. Rule, no shadowy theatrics on the lawn. The moment the rule was set, Nacht's shadows violently snapped back into place, entirely vanishing from the courtyard. The vice-captain stumbled slightly, his absolute control over his devil magic completely severed by the invisible law of the area. Nacht's fake smile finally shattered. He stared at Oliver, genuine shock breaking through his cold exterior. You should really ask nicely, Oliver said smoothly. Yami laughed, a deep, rumbling sound. Give it up. Nacht. You can't intimidate the kid. He operates on a completely different set of physics. Oliver sighed, pulling out a small bag of gummies. Fine. I'll go to the frozen wasteland. But I expect triple rations, and I am not walking anywhere. Finral is going to carry me if he has to. Nacht composed himself, adjusting his collar, his respect for the lazy teenager grudgingly forced into existence. Very well. Asta, you have 2 days to conquer your devil. Everyone else, prepare for war. In 3 days, we invade the Spade Kingdom. Chapter 53, The Devil's Contract and the Warm Bubble. The abandoned noble estate on the outskirts of the royal capital was dark, drafty, and entirely unpleasant. It was the perfect location for a forbidden devil-binding ritual. In the center of the massive, ruined Grand Hall, Nacht Faust stood within a complex, glowing circle of shadow magic. His 4 devil familiars sat quietly on his shoulders. He looked across the circle at Asta, who was sitting cross-legged, his demon slayer sword resting in his lap. Listen carefully, Asta, Nacht said coldly, his fake smile entirely absent. To forge a contract, you must summon the devil from your grimoire, defeat it in combat, and subjugate it. If you lose, the devil will take over your body, and you will become a monster. If that happens, I will kill you myself. Do you understand? Asta nodded fiercely, his green eyes burning with determination. I understand, Vice-Captain. I'm going to win. In the corner of the ruined hall, lying comfortably on a dilapidated but structurally sound velvet sofa, was Oliver. He had brought a thick, incredibly fluffy blanket from the black bull's base and was currently curled up under it, eating a bag of cheese puffs. "Why is he here?" Nacht asked, his eye twitching slightly as the loud crunching of cheese puffs echoed through the tense, dramatic silence. "Captain Yami told me to keep an eye on him," Oliver replied without looking up. "And Finral said there might be ghosts in this house. I wanted to see if I could vector lock a ghost." Nacht sighed, realizing that arguing with the anomaly was a complete waste of time. He turned his attention back to Asta. "Begin the ritual." Asta closed his eyes and pushed his will into the 5-leaf clover grimoire. Heavy, dark anti-magic spilled out of the book, pooling in the center of the shadow circle. The anti-magic rapidly condensed, taking the form of a small, jagged, humanoid devil with bat-like wings and 2 sharp horns. It was Lieb, the devil of anti-magic. Lieb looked around the ruined hall, his red eyes burning with a deep, ancient hatred. Finally, Lieb hissed, his voice echoing with demonic resonance. "I am out. Now, I will take your body, kill every devil in the underworld, and finally have my revenge." Lieb lunged at Asta, materializing a barrage of heavy, rusted anti-magic swords from thin air. Nacht watched closely, ready to intervene if Asta was overwhelmed. He expected a brutal, bloody fight for dominance. Asta dodged the first barrage of swords, jumping backward. He looked at the small, angry devil. He didn't draw a weapon. He didn't look angry. He looked entirely empathetic. "You're just like me," Asta said loudly. "You don't have any magic either, do you?" Lieb froze, his eyes widening. "What? Shut up. I am a devil. I am going to kill you." Asta smiled, stepping forward and dropping his defensive stance entirely. "No, you're not. You've been helping me this whole time. We fought Veto together. We fought Zagred together. I don't want to subjugate you. I want to be your friend. Let's fight together as equals." Nacht's jaw dropped. The vice-captain, who had bound 4 devils through sheer, ruthless dominance, stared at the loud-mouthed boy in absolute disbelief. "An equal contract? That is completely absurd. Devils only respect power. They do not understand friendship." But down in the circle, Lieb hesitated. The boy's complete lack of malice, his genuine, pure determination, broke through the devil's wall of hatred. For the first time in his miserable, tortured existence, Lieb was not being treated as a monster or a tool. "Fine," Lieb muttered, crossing his arms and looking away. "But if you slow me down, I'm taking the body." Asta cheered, holding out his hand. The ritual circle glowed with a brilliant, blinding light. The devil binding contract was complete, not through subjugation, but through mutual agreement. Asta's right arm was permanently marked with a jagged, black devil's contract seal. Nacht rubbed his temples, feeling a massive headache coming on. "You are an absolute idiot," Nacht muttered. "But, you actually did it. You have achieved perfect devil union." From the velvet sofa, Oliver yawned loudly. System notification. Day 5682 of inhabitation. Daily reset commencing. Mana allotment, 10,000 units. Daily ability awarded, concept. Magic, absolute thermal regulation. Oliver checked the skill. It was the ability to permanently dictate and lock the exact temperature of any object, area, or living being, entirely ignoring external atmospheric conditions. Oliver smiled. It was the absolute perfect ability for a mandatory trip to a frozen wasteland. 2 days later, the elite strike force of the Clover Kingdom assembled at the northern border. The group was small but devastatingly powerful. Myriolian Vermilion, Yuno, Nozel Silva, Fuego Leon, Nacht, Asta, and Oliver. They stood on a cliff overlooking the massive, swirling blizzard that marked the boundary of the Spade Kingdom. The air was bitterly cold, the wind howling with unnatural, malicious mana. Nacht stepped forward, his shadows expanding to cover the entire group. We will use my shadow magic to bypass their border defenses. We will emerge directly outside the capital fortress. Remember the objective. We kill the triad, and we stop the ritual. Do not waste mana on the foot soldiers. Mirioliana cracked her knuckles, her breath forming thick clouds of steam in the freezing air. I am going to burn that entire castle to the ground. Nacht's shadows surged upward, completely swallowing the strike team. When the darkness faded, they were standing on a high, snowy ridge directly overlooking the Spade Kingdom capital. The sheer scale of the atrocity below them was breathtaking. The massive stone fortress was surrounded by a colossal, glowing, blood-red magical array. Thousands of ragged, starving Spade Kingdom citizens were trapped within the glowing lines, their life force and raw mana being violently drained to fuel the Tree of Qliphoth. Hundreds of low-tier devils and dark disciples patrolled the perimeter, ensuring the sacrifices could not escape. They are using human lives as raw fuel to tear the gate open, Nozel Silva said, his silver eyes narrowing with intense disgust. It is an abomination. Yuno gripped his grimoire, the wind spirit sylph manifesting on his shoulder. We have to break that array right now. The citizens won't last much longer. Nacht analyzed the massive magical structure. The array is heavily reinforced by devil magic. It will take a concentrated, simultaneous strike from all of us to shatter the outer barrier without killing the hostages inside. As the captains prepared to unleash their most powerful, coordinated spells, they noticed someone was missing from the tactical formation. Oliver was casually strolling down the snowy ridge toward the fortress, while the rest of the strike team was wearing heavy cloaks and shivering. Against the intense, below-zero blizzard, Oliver was wearing a short-sleeved black Bulls t-shirt and his standard loose pants. He had his hands in his pockets and was chewing on a piece of licorice. Oliver! Asta yelled in a panicked whisper. You're going to freeze. Oliver didn't look back. I'm completely fine. I set my personal thermal temperature to a perfect 72 degrees. It feels like a beautiful spring morning to me. Nacht gritted his teeth, his shadows flaring angrily. Get back here, anomaly. We need a coordinated strike to break that array. If you alert them, they will execute the hostages. Oliver stopped walking. He was still several hundred yards away from the fortress, looking down at the massive, blood-red sacrificial circle. He didn't want to do a coordinated strike. Coordinated strikes involved yelling, flashy magic, and a lot of unnecessary running. Oliver pulled his right hand out of his pocket and pointed a single finger directly at the center of the massive, city-sized magical array. System interaction initiated. Active skill triggered, concept magic, absolute conceptual severance. Target, the sacrificial arrays. Connection to the concept of energy transfer. Oliver made a tiny, lazy snipping motion with his fingers. The effect was instantaneous and completely silent. The massive, towering pillars of blood-red light instantly shattered like fragile glass. The glowing runes carved into the frozen earth entirely evaporated. The oppressive, soul-draining pressure crushing the thousands of Spade Kingdom citizens vanished into thin air. The array didn't explode. It just ceased to function. The connection between the hostage's life force and the Tree of Qliphoth was permanently, effortlessly severed. Down in the fortress courtyard, the hundreds of patrolling dark disciples and low-tier devils completely froze. They looked down at their feet, entirely bewildered as the ultimate ritual array, carefully constructed over weeks, simply disappeared without a trace. Up on the snowy ridge, the elite strike force of the Clover Kingdom stood in absolute, stunned silence. Nozel Silva slowly lowered his wand. Yuno's wind magic fizzled out. Mirioliana stared at the boy, her feral grin replaced by a look of profound, bewildered awe. Did he just turn off a city-sized ritual? Fuego Leon asked, his single eye wide. Without a chant? Nak stared at Oliver's back, his logical, calculating mind completely breaking against the sheer impossibility of what he had just witnessed. Oliver put his hand back into his pocket and turned around to look at the dumbfounded captains. The hostages are disconnected, Oliver said lazily, tossing the rest of his licorice into his mouth. You guys can go burn the castle now. Try not to destroy the kitchen, though. I skipped breakfast, and I'm looking for a sandwich.